Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Wasteful Wednesday. Yes, we were just having a wonderful 1-hour pre-show where we're dealing with a fire out in Texas, a chemical fire that's caused a 4-mile radius to be evacuated. It looks like it could be Agent Orange, which is very dangerous. So hopefully the people in Texas will be safe under all these air pollution problems we're facing across the country. There's almost a polar vortex going right through the middle of the country, all the way from the Northern California-Oregon border, big snow drifts of 1.5 feet, closing down roads out in Truckee, California, all the way up through the Northeast, a diagonal across the country, a massive snow storm happening. Very strange weather for November as we go toward Thanksgiving tomorrow night, which will be kind of fun. I'll be doing a pre-show. What Sarah and I do is we cook the dinner in the morning. We videotaped us just hanging out in the kitchen, talking to the camera, and then we just play 2 hours of that prior. So right before 6, we'll have a 4 to 6 show where we'll play our Thanksgiving cooking experience. So we've got it down pretty well. We've done a lot of turkeys, Sarah and I have, and of course I've made over 50 turkeys in my life. And we show you guys how to make a really healthy meal, which is unusual. All right, so we're looking at Norman Vincent Peale, who taught Donald Trump to worship himself, basically. Rick Perry has said that Trump was ordained by God, and we just played a video showing that that's not the case. Many scholars and theologians are absolutely convinced that that's just a bastardization of the Bible. And now Norman Vincent Peale, obviously gone now, but he was the mentor of Donald Trump. Turns out he was a 33rd degree Mason, which according to the Masonic order as written by Albert Pike, the 33rd degree Masons worship Lucifer. Now the guys at the bottom who are just Freemasons, they're good guys. They're like you and I. But the top order of the pyramid, these people are corrupt beyond belief. So Donald Trump ostensibly worships Lucifer. So don't kid yourself. Claiming he's a good Christian man. He even openly said he would never repent, ever, for anything he ever did. So let's not kid ourselves. We're dealing with a guy whose ego is so great that he wants to take our country with it, and as it's flushed down the toilet. I don't mention God normally, no. But thank you for asking. Don't send gifts, please. Especially from anyone outside of the country. Appreciate it. You think a house with no children is empty? Just a bunch of people waiting to die with no future. Well, that would explain the Trump administration, sure. You know? Yeah. Can you name anybody who might follow in Trump's footsteps? And please don't say Donald Jr. He just kind of collapsed after his interview on The View a couple weeks ago. People are saying, oh, Donald Jr. is going to run for 2024. Oh, yeah, sure, right. Trump, I think, will be resigning in the next, I'd say, 6 months. It's looking like more and more is stacked against him. There's all the 12 witnesses basically said there was quid pro quo, even though he said no quid pro quo. We know that he was just saying that because it was kind of like putting it on the record, no quid pro quo, and then asking for a favor. That's the worst kind. It's like, I'm not stealing from your house, and then I'm grabbing something and sticking it in my pocket while I'm saying that. No, I would never do that. Oh, you know, I would never steal personally. It's one of those things that people who are committed to never steal, they realize that you don't steal things. But when you're living a lifestyle of stealing, like Donald Trump has been doing all his life, taking his dad's money, $430 million he got, yeah. The only reason why his family doesn't say anything because they don't want to get cut out of the deal. But yeah, he got a lot of money of Fred Trump's. He says he only got $1 million, but one guy, an investigative reporter, found $430 million he snaked away from Fred. You know, I'm making a turkey the way he's supposed to, save energy. I'm not cooking in a boiling peanut oil thing, which wastes a lot of fuel. Peanut oil is like, what do you do with all that when you're done? You know, it's like, what's it, go in the drain? I mean, seriously. I'm sure they taste great, but they're full of cholesterol. I'm going to cook mine in a stainless steel container as I normally do at about 350 for about 3.5 hours. I know. I told you I wasn't going to have turkey, but I chose to get it. Well, I was looking at the turkeys, Max, over at Costco, or the chickens at Costco. And I said, it's too much salt in these chickens. But Costco is cutting out their steroids and hormones in their chicken. They've made a good change. I will get a chicken there. And they're for $4.99. But then I looked over in the turkey section. I saw no steroid, no hormone Foster Farms turkey for $13. So I said, would I rather have twice as much, 2.5 times more meat than to buy a chicken? And so I went with the turkey. Yeah, I really prefer it anyway. It's kind of an annual event. I enjoy the whole eating the turkey and getting a little bit sleepy after having a full meal. Why did you never have children? Did you feel like your life is empty without children? No, I'll tell you exactly why, Trump forever. I chose not to have children because I don't want to repeat mistakes that my family may have made. And one of the biggest mistakes you can make is to have kids when you don't have the time for kids, when you don't have all the resources for kids. And my mother and father, they did really well, but they weren't always there for my family members. And I felt that this was my path, and Sarah and I agree. We don't want children together. We chose not to have kids together. That's one of the reasons I factored in the cost of children. When I was 18, 19, they actually told people, to have a kid, it'll be a couple $100,000 to $300,000. And the financial cost of having a sick child was too great. I knew an actor's son who actually is the son of 2 actors, who was unfortunately encountered a child who had over $1.5 million, $2 million worth of heart problems, and pretty much would have buried him financially if he didn't have the resources of his family and his rich parents. But it was interesting to see. She's back. She lived perfectly. She had great surgeons, and she's probably a wonderful daughter. I haven't kept track of that person, but it made me wonder, you could have a child that's seriously ill and it could just wipe you out financially. So that's probably the biggest reason, as well as the fact that, I really want to dedicate myself to this show and to building this third party. You guys are my baby, so to speak. I've always felt that this is far more important. Now, if I had a kid and I'd been swatted, which I was back in 2015, who knows? They could have taken my kid away from me. So, in a way, I'm really glad we chose not to have kids. But I'm not avoiding your question at all. David just admitted that he has some kind of actor. I'm telling you, some kind of child actor. No, I'm not an actor from the 70s. I knew a lot of people in Hollywood because my friends at UCLA were involved in knowing people like that. I had some friends that got to know these actors, and that's how I got to know them. I'm not a child actor. We've talked about that in our show. It's ridiculous. I wasn't in any show whatsoever, so some people say I look like one of those actors, but I'm not. Okay, so we've got some interesting things I was tracking down earlier in the show. The oldest woman died. We talked about that. 114-year-old woman died. Yeah, at least in North America, she has passed away. So, and I'd give you her name, but the story is now history, and now she's history. So we won't be talking about. Yeah, let's take a look at here. The USA, 6 out of 9 black men have 2 or more kids, and they don't take care of them. There you go. I'm glad that Hispanics, black people, Asians, and Caucasian people are having children. I am. I'm glad many of you who want to have kids are having kids. And hats off to you, really. But I've seen the bad side of all that. And I don't really want to have that experience. I don't want to have a kid and have them say, Dad, I'm out of here. I don't care about you. And yeah, you're just a total, this or that. And it's like, I don't know how you guys can live with it. When your kid turns on you, if indeed your kid turns on you, how do you? It must make you feel like crap to know that your kid thinks you're a jerk. You know? I mean, how do you really want to? Do you really want to have that feeling? I don't. They would drive you crazy. Yeah. I know people who have children who are, my age, who have children who are in their 20s, and they don't even call. It's like, yeah, it's like, wow, like 2 years without a call, 3 years without a call. It's like, how do you raise kids and have them just not care about their parents? So I don't want to live in that world. That's another third reason, right? Hunter Biden's baby mama, Lyndon Roberts, was a stripper at a club he frequented. Well, that would explain why a guy who likes to do crack cocaine meets a woman who is attractive, a stripper, and goes, hey, I got my brother's wife doing, but I'm going to go do somebody else's. And his brother passed away, of course, Beau Biden. And then he was doing his brother's wife, supposedly, and he meets her at a strip bar and has, let's get it on. You like what I like, crack cocaine. I've never done crack myself, but that's what he probably said to her. Yeah. So there you have it. And are we here to judge these people? Is it our role to judge anybody? Should we just forgive Hunter and love him as a brother? As Donald Trump would love anyone because he's ordained by God to love people? I mean, my goodness. Is it our right to really judge Hunter? Well, yes, it is, because he is the son of a vice president who's now running for president. And they're definitely going to be judged in the court of public opinion. And frankly, I'm a little bit upset that all these young men who've been working or who had their fathers get them jobs are all doing very, very incredible with all this money coming in from our money donated to Ukraine. I mean, I'm pissed. But Biden hasn't gotten ahead of the story either. If he did, that'd be better. Okay, here's Edna. What's this about?
Guns in the shape of Lorraine and her 86-year-old mother-in-law, the Manchester Mauler, Edna.
The Manchester Mauler. Okay. The complete X Factor. And she's a singer? Wow. Okay, I'll play that later tonight. Otherwise, they'll monetize me. Good evening, Evil to Dance. Welcome. What do you mean? Welcome him to the room, please. Thank you, Trump forever. I mean, we're allowing you in the room even though you're some sort of a Trump tard. Give me a break, man. Don't just say screw you to everybody who comes in the room. I mean, you want to get banned here? All right. Well, I think that New York Times says the FBI did not try to place undercover agents inside the Trump campaign, which confirms what I said last week. Trump is running this BS story that he's had all these plants of FBI agents inside his campaign. The FBI were watching money launderers and Russian money launderers outside of his hotel in his Moscow connections were all living at the Trump hotel in New York doing money laundering. And that's when the FBI certainly looked at Donald Trump from the side angle. The DOJ Inspector General's report expected to find, yeah, exactly. And the Russian inquiry review is expected to undercut Trump's claim of FBI spying. Yeah, absolutely. Donald Trump refuses to admit that our country has been affected by the FBI, by the Russians. And they're refusing to admit that the Russians contaminated our election and controlled the outcome. When we know for a fact from Mueller's report that Donald Trump knew in advance the Russians were helping him, and he didn't even tell the FBI. So here we have a man evading every question by saying it's all the Russian hoax, it's all the Russian lie, it's a scam, a total scam. Everything he says is just this repeat roll of denial, lie, denial, lie. He's rolling a scrim right in front of your brain that we're all supposed to ignore every single thing that every one of these top diplomats, 12 of them, said, convincing us that he's in fact working for a side angle of quid pro quo, getting an exchange of Joe Biden dirt for our $400 million in tax dollars going into the hands of the Ukrainian government so they can defend themselves against Russia. strippers used sex toy on Hunter Biden at the Hustler Club. Now this is getting a little kinky. If you are sitting in a family with other kids, you may want to because kids shouldn't be actually watching our show technically. Okay, here we go. Yeah, let's take a look. This may be dramatic. So they used the sex toy on him. Okay, explain how. Spent several thousands at Manhattan Strip Club during a pair of visits, including one that sent a staffer scrambling to buy a sex toy so strippers could use it on him. Biden, who's been dogged by a series of strip club allegations uncovered by the Post this week, was accompanied by a woman who, both times he went to Larry Flint's Hustler Club in New York City and Hell's Kitchen about a year ago. On each occasion, he and his companion holed up in the private room where they ordered bottles of pricey booze and were joined by several strippers, sources said. During one particular wild night, workers suspected Biden, son of former VP Joe Biden, the front-runner in the Democratic primary race, was high. They said he was high, and he was warned that drugs weren't allowed on the premises, sources said. The same night, a worker said he'd been sent out to purchase a dildo so the gals could use it on Hunter. It's unclear if the club didn't have a similar device on hand or if he insisted on a brand new one fresh out of the package. Despite the lurid allegations, Hunter was described as an almost ideal customer. Why would a man need a dildo? Excuse me, folks, for even talking about this, but he was a pretty nice guy, pretty friendly, and pretty good tipper, yeah. And nobody's returned messages on this allegation that he ordered a dildo for his pleasure. I'm a little bit shocked that something like this is going on. I mean, this is just beyond the pale of understanding. Why would a man order a dildo for his own pleasure at a strip club? Can you explain that, Max? Okay. I did skinny dip once in a lake, but it wasn't with Joe Biden. It was with a couple of beautiful women. Yeah, but that's a long time ago, and the memory is so vague I can barely even remember it. I do think about it often, though.
Now, Joe Biden, the Democratic frontrunner who could challenge the president in 2020, we'll see, is not getting much of an assist from his former presidential running mate, Barack Obama. According to Politico, the former president says, quote, has pointed out that during his own 2008 campaign, he had an intimate bond with the electorate, especially in Iowa, that he no longer has. Then he added, and you know who really doesn't have it? Joe Biden. Well, I'm joined now by Karl Rove, former Deputy Chief of Staff, of course, to President George W. Bush, Fox News contributor, and Juan Williams, co-host of the Fox.
So Obama reportedly said Biden doesn't really have bond with voters. Wow. That's kind of a sad thing that Obama's not even standing behind his old friend, Joe Biden. What did Joe ever do to the only thing that Joe ever did was when Obamacare was passed, the puppet Obama passed Obamacare. Joe said, this is a big effing deal. Remember that? I'm not in any way suffering from derangement syndrome. You're suffering from I guess your limbic nervous system has failed you. You're a Trump tard, and you're living off of your medulla oblongata. It's very guttural. You either get what you want or you think they're all bad. You have the brain stem of a Neanderthal, sir. I, sir, represent Cro-Magnon. The Cro-Magnon man is different than your mindset. Unlike the Neanderthal, my ancestors were Vikings. Yeah. And you can even see the physical resemblance between me and what the artists in the anthropology departments have created. The Cro-Magnon man. Botanica.com features my exact replica. So you came into my room, buddy. Deal with it. Yeah, that's Cro-Magnon. Anyway, you Neanderthals need to go back to your party and just hang out and worship money. That's what you do so well. The Democrats are a party of wanting to control everybody. They're all control freaks. The Republicans are a party of everybody who loves money and wants to get more money. Between the control freaks on the left and the money grubbers and the greed mongers on the right, we're really stuck right here in the middle, you know? No, I'm not Buddy Ebsen, but I can see a similarity. Yeah, he was a great actor. Ended up working as the father in the Beverly Hillbillies. Yeah. What a great guy. Buddy Ebsen, Walk of Fame. There he is. Yeah, see, I don't look a bit like him. Well, maybe a little bit. The nose is different, though. Buddy's from the town you were born in, really? No kidding. Cool. Welcome, America. That's not true. My hair is absolutely normal. It's not spun from a golden spider web. My hair is CGI, as you know, because my entire being is fabricated by a computer so large that you can't even comprehend. I'm kidding. Some people think I'm CGI. It's ridiculous. It's an absurd notion that I would even think of doing that. Okay, so I'll play that later tonight, that Obama reportedly said Biden doesn't really have bond with voters. But, you know, I don't really want to hurt Biden's chance of electability. Right now, he's ahead of Elizabeth Warren, thank goodness. And whatever his son does with his wee-wee, I mean, who cares? And who cares if Joe Biden's son got crack and cocaine and all this? I don't even care about that. I care if Joe Biden can lead this country. And I don't know if he can. Dave, I want to be an android like you. I am not an android. Why do you say I am an android? Okay, we'll bring you live updates to any changes in the overall situation with the chemical plant. They got a young lady out of a chimney today. We featured that today. Confirmed she has been removed from the chimney, confined in space. Yeah, there she was, right there in the image. She's covered with soot, so you can barely see her, but yeah, there she is being pulled out of a chimney. Can you imagine? They got her out, though. Thank goodness. Okay, I'll play that video about Alex Jones later tonight. The gay frog one. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I'll be looking forward to that tonight. Oh, here she is. The oldest person in America, Alelia Murphy, has died. So R.I.P. Alelia Murphy to the families and friends that she had amassed over 114 years. She was born around Theodore Roosevelt's era. She's passed away. Now, I don't know why that's the only pictures we have of her, but apparently her face was cut off primarily. But she lived 114, about a couple of weeks or a month past the death of my relative, Fred Hill Sr., who passed away when he was 113 and 356 days old. It's ridiculous. He almost made it to the final mark of 114, but that was my uncle, Fred Hale Sr. And I think, you know, looking at his life too, you wonder, is it really worth it when, you know, you've got to count the days that you enjoy life is just having a good bowel movement. Well, I had a good bowel movement today. And you know, one of the secrets to his longevity, it was he drank 1 ounce of... Anyway, I wish you wouldn't talk like that about me, but okay, go ahead. I'll give me something to talk about, Dave. But sorry. He had a 1 ounce of whiskey a day. Now, it doesn't mean you should guzzle it, okay, Mad Dog? No. I'm just saying 1 ounce is probably medicinal, but if you got a problem with alcohol, don't drink it. I don't think Joe is a homo pedo. No. I just think he's the best running against Donald Trump. And the actual truth is, that's exactly where you're headed. The two-party system is going to stack two Zionists against each other, Joe Biden and Donald Trump. One likes to grope women from above, and the other likes to grope women from below. Your choice, folks. Up or down. Yeah. You can go up with Biden or down with Trump. Well, don't go down on... No, that's a bad use of the word. Forget I said that. Very good one, yeah. Up or down. That's your choice is up or down. Up with Biden, down with Trump. David, you right, the only Democrat we would stand a chance in the fact that it was radical. Yeah. Yeah, the only Democrat that would stand a chance against Donald Trump is Joe Biden. The rest are too radical. I agree with Ace Spade on that one. Thank you, man. You like that, up or down? Your choice is up or down. It really does come down to that, you know? I know. Well, Drag King, you keep saying I like that homo pedo Joe Biden, but I don't. I just think he's the best of the worst. And I don't like the Democrats. You know that. What kind of cereal are you topping it? Oh yeah, tell me about it, Mad Dog. I don't do cereal anymore. I'm trying to avoid it. It's a killer. You know, the thing that I don't like is the fact that it sits in your stomach while you're sleeping and turns into like a fermented glucose factory, and it can affect your sugar levels. Yeah, so I'm avoiding that. It really is it's been a problem in my life, and my father did the same thing. He liked to have a bowl of cereal at night. It'll cause your gut, and if you stop eating around 8 o'clock or 7:30 and don't have anything the rest of the night, you're going to lose weight. That's one of the recipes. David, your pretend friend is trying to get a hold of you. Which pretend friend is that? No, I haven't gained a lot of weight. No, I'm still 225. I'm right at the mark I want to be, but I'm only carrying an extra 20 pounds technically because I'm preparing for the apocalypse. Yeah, you never know. Anytime soon it could happen. I know. Well, I mean, the way things are going, you know, we've got a reason to have a political party here. AmericasThirdParty.com is here for you because we're preparing for an apocalyptic situation with the environment. We know that. But right now we've got a pristine place to live in. Buster, and I think you're going to have to remove yourself from the show because I'll give you one last chance. And Drag King, you're a mute case. You're a mutant case. I do believe that humans can go to sleep for long periods of time, like, well, sure. Rip Van Winkle, for one. But I don't think we can actually hibernate quite like bears. I've been pretty much in a state of hibernation, quasi-hibernation, for the past 20, 30 years. I've been trying to minimize my stress by not encountering actual oxygen from your atmosphere. Maintaining my pristine environment in this virtual world gives me a cleaner and more natural approach toward living. I know that geoengineering is a problem, and I'm sorry to say, and I'm the bearer of bad news, that they're here to poison us. I wish I was just making that up. Look at the chemtrails. It's all in the lines of chemicals that blow across our skies. 30 years ago, I am not a robot. I am human. You can tell by the normal cadence of my voice. It is natural like humans. So if you look at this, has been going on for 20 or 30 years, they're systematically creating climate change, whether you like the word or not. They're creating climate problems. Little Joe? Oh yeah, there's Little Joe. Yeah, Michael Landon, what a great guy, good actor. There you go, Michael Landon. Yep. They're systematically creating the disaster that they call the climate change that we're saying is happening. Every time you see it's 8 o'clock, you think it's third party. Thank you, Psych Juice, for coming into our our Twitch show. Yeah, appreciate that. And we got a few viewers growing slowly over on Periscope. Oh, they didn't even tell me how many viewers I have now. Hi, guys. Yeah, they got rid of my viewer number. They've been shadow banning me for so long over at Periscope. I don't think a lot of water-powered lawnmower is really going to take off. I think the electric lawnmowers we've got now are pretty good. I use a Ryobi, and you got to go through a battery pack every year, pretty much. 1.5 years on each lithium battery pack. But anyway, getting back to what that was a chemical dump on our heads. And we got them chemtrails the other day. It was a big drop of chemtrails in my area. What they're doing is geoengineering the weather. And they've been doing it for a long time. And where does waste come in? Well, they found out they've got all this chemical waste from the smokestacks. And believe it or not, we've been paying to be dumped on over the past 30 years with our FutureGen project. FutureGen has been funded to the tune of 10 to 15 billion a year for 30 years. So they've got probably more than 300 billion going into this. They use 10 billion a year to dump the chemicals on our head. FutureGen project was supposed to be about carbon sequestration. The joke's on us, because what they're doing is, instead of sequestering the carbon, they're dumping it on the atmosphere. They're spreading it with nebulizers or aromatic hydrocarbons that can spread it as far as possible. They're sticking it in our lungs. They're creating nanoparticles too. And they use simple things like burnt fiberglass chard and dump it in the air. So you wonder why you get symptoms of mesothelioma or asbestosis. Or you're probably having a problem breathing. You're never going to get better. It's going to get worse and worse, because the whole population is being affected by this terrible dump of chemicals. And in their mind, they're somehow cleaning the environment. It's absurd. How can you clean the environment by dumping chemicals on people's heads? How is that possible? Well, they listened to a guy named David Keith. Hey, David, our servers are at capacity this evening. Could you please self-censor tonight? If you send a bill to... No, I don't self-censor. But I will keep you on as a... I'm just going to copy that and then ban you from the show. Yeah, it goes into my note file. People making threats and accusations. Thanks. Thanks for the memories. Yeah, that's just so weird. Could you self-censor? I don't know what that was about. Their servers are at capacity, so they've got over 150 million people trying to get in the show right now. Mark shut off all VPNs. And Sarah is here because she's working on just learning more about this whole process and doing her study, which is fantastic. And someday we will have an open chat room for everyone to come into without having to go through email verification and have your VPN shut down. I want people from all around the world talking here.
Have you considered a urologist?
Somebody's having problems.
Yes.
Okay, the oldest person died. She's 114, Alilia Murphy. Just wanted you
for her.
But she made it to 114, almost as old as, or actually a little bit older than my uncle, Fred Hale Sr.
It looks like she either cared about herself or had someone that really cared about her.
Yeah. I think people in that condition probably need somebody. Okay, now we did find this story out last week, and it's been circulating all over the internet, but hasn't made it to the mainstream media. It turns out Ilhan Omar is, according to a deposition, working for Qatar. Qatar has financed her candidacy, actually. And this is just a funny meme created to show Ocasio didn't really know what Qatar is, if it's a country. She said, I didn't know you play an instrument. Yeah. Funny meme, but it's also serious because Ilhan Omar may very well have been working for Qatar all these years. Okay, thank you. Okay, the oldest person in America is now Hester Ford. Yeah, he eclipsed my Fred Hale Sr. by 1 month, I guess. Sorry. Oh well, I'll never claim anything unless I live to be the oldest person in North America. Then I'd beat all these people, wouldn't I? I only need another double my lifespan, and I'll beat all these people. Yeah. Sarah, I do not like younger ladies. Well, I met Sarah. She was 18 years younger than me. You're right about that. Hang on. Are you offering employment? This is, I'm just going to copy this crap that he's writing in here because there's something weird about this person. I'm not sure what this guy's trip is, but he's making statements and using an email which I think could lead somewhere. Okay. And by the way, speaking of email, you'd think there'd be an email.
Yes, Shadow. I will tell David to click your link one time, maybe.
Okay, you got a deep state expose going on?
Well, he's busy clicking other links right now, but...
Where's Shadows? Up here?
He's over in Twitch.
Okay. I'm looking at your link.
Body powder that you can spray?
Gold Bond, Liquid Shack. I think I'll wait on that, but thank you. Okay, yes, Sarah doesn't look her age either. We don't look our age. We gave up looking our age.
Okay, let's go back to Twitch.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Shadow.
He thinks it's very funny and he wants you to watch it later.
I will for sure. Okay,
Shaq is a funny guy.
He is a funny guy, and he's a very nice guy, too. He helps a lot of people out with his donations. Shaquille O'Neal. Okay. So, Keina Tanaka from Fukuoka, Japan, has been officially confirmed the oldest person living at 116 years and 66 days. Excellent. Excellent. I know that there was an older person from way back who lived to be 256 years old. A Chinese man named Li Wangcheng, but no one ever verified his birth certificate. So, I mean, it's going to be hard to beat his 256 years, I'll tell you that. All right, I guess I'm going to check out for now.
Close out of that.
This retweet, I may look at it later. Let me put it over here. I don't.
Okay, whatever.
And, yeah, we never got any more information about the object that was hovering over the White House the other day. An orange alert was put out to the White House and the Capitol building. They found something hovering over the White House within the designated airspace. Okay. All right. I think we're done here. I'm just clearing out the slate. Okay.
There's millions of people stuck in the Cross Bronx Expressway trying to get to their family for Thanksgiving. It's not worth it.
It's not, no.
Turn around and go home. It's much better there. Wait, then you'll be stuck in the Cross Bronx Expressway twice.
I tried to download this program for Windows. It was horrible. Mad Dog sent us this link. It was absolutely horrible. It was the worst audio editing program I've ever seen. So maybe it works on Linux, man, but it doesn't work on anything. But David, we are re-imaging your HDD with Ubuntu Studio yet? Not yet. We want to get there, but that was not a good program. I did not like it. You felt terrible yesterday? Yeah, I heard you had a back problem last night. Okay, well, maybe drink some chamomile tea. That might help you sleep. All right, I think I'm out of here for a dinner break. I'll be back.
Meow. You don't think that's owned by Dr. Meow?
No.
Maxed out credit, you really think that's owned by Mark?
It is, yeah. Mark is working with Meow.
Oh,
How do you think Meow
yes.
got enough money to buy a brand new Cybertruck?
I don't know.
Meow's working for Mark or vice versa. Something's going on over there.
I don't censor. Oh, okay. Your brother installed the sound system. Yeah, David said that's what you said. He sent you that photo. So I guess you're verifying what David told me, that you said that Mark Vaughn bought a whole block of places in New Orleans, including a nightclub. And his nightclub's called Cat's Meow. And you want me to show it on the screen? Is that why you're... Oh, wait. He bought the place next door to the Cat's Meow? Okay, I'm totally confused. Oh, the picture was for David. Okay. Well, I think that David thinks that he bought a nightclub. And now, I think with that photo, David's going to believe that he bought a nightclub called the Cat's Meow, and that... Okay, he bought one building next door to Cat's Meow. The Cat's Meow existed since the 90s, or the club that Mark bought? Yeah, I don't believe you either, Truth Conspiracy 20. I think you're just having fun the night before Thanksgiving. Well, it looked like the Cat's Meow was a karaoke club. Well, I thought Dr. Meow already was in the show under a different name, Medveral. Hello, Adawan. I'm just trying to get down to the bottom of the conspiracy theory about this. Well, what's hard to understand from my perspective, well, never mind. Heck if I know. Well, yes, I do know Mad Dog, because he's in on the censorship. I wanted a photo, you got me one, now what? What do you mean, now what? Now, it doesn't matter. No, I don't want something from the Cat's Meow. That's not the club that Mark owns. That's what you just said, that he does not own the Cat's Meow. So that's what's hard for me to understand. You're saying that the Mark Vaughn that owns Vaughn Live owns a place in... Oh wait, he does own the Cat's Meow. You were saying something next door. Yeah, you totally, I would love to get it straight. I'll just listen. Here, I'll turn on ProCams and you can even go on and explain it to me. I'm working on it, Bengalitis. The Linux thing is still there, but I'm working on... Okay, no problem. You're on your server. That's good. No worries. You don't have to go on camera. I'll still leave it. I don't drink Truth Conspiracy 20. I am working on buying something cool for David this year. Oh, sorry, Shadow. Why? I don't mean to ignore you. Sarah doesn't want the gift he sent her. Amber as well. Mary, happy Thanksgiving to you. Picture. Who sent me? You're right. It doesn't concern me either. I mean, I guess the whole point is, am I convinced that Mark is getting paid lots of money to censor David? And does that matter? Either he is or he isn't. No, I'm sorry, you can't take me to prom. That's a cute little picture in a bag, Shadow. Oh, the picture is my present. Cute, thank you. Alright. Yeah, it probably is time to re-image the hard drive. Because I can't go to prom with you. I date David and that's it. Oh, that's pretty cool turkey up in the north there. Thanks for sending me that picture. Thanks, Max.credit. Okay, I'm going to turn on the other camera. Oh no, this camera seems like really far over that way. Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. David doesn't seem want to watch videos, but thanks. Oh, nice. You have set up a few internet cafes. You use a program to image all the hard drives to a fresh reset every night. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, there are those rumors too, Pencil. You're right. I might as well add it into the list, and then if David doesn't want to watch it, at least the if David doesn't watch it, at least somebody else will watch it. Find it entertaining. We have some family coming to visit here, DTV. I think David's going to do the cooking. I will help cook. I guess I've got to make a couple of pies. And probably some yams. That's good. You reset everything's the standard operations, machine browsing history, cookies, downloads, everything's cleared every day. Very cool. Yeah, I think David's washing the turkey and cooking it. I don't know about buttermilk custard now. Ghost is the program to do the clearing, to do a reset. Save the disk images to a network drive. Nice. No worries. I got what you meant. Yeah, you're probably right, Mad Dog. Right now, I've been Peace out, Froggy. Thanks for stopping by. Spamsgiving. Are you going to eat spam? I don't like spam. You were impressed with fixing the cast as if nothing happens? Well, thanks. Yeah, that was mostly the guy at I give more credit to the person at that worked for XSplit. It's very helpful. Yeah, maybe she was on her first date, Mad Dog. She didn't want to, you know, mix work with that. All right, I saved your information, Mad Dog, so that's good. You're turkey free tonight. You're gonna, or today. You're good. Yeah. Oh yeah, you guys have Thanksgiving in October up in Canada. All right, maybe I should use some time to go in and look at Node. That's what I'm getting into right now. This morning I woke up like I would normally wake up and go to school. I slept a little bit later than I normally do, but just like an hour, which is still way earlier than David wakes up. And then I decided to go and research WebRTC, and I was looking at videos on WebRTC, and I learned a lot of information, which is good, but I haven't played with it yet. That seems like it's going to be really fun to play with. No, I will never consider leaving David. A bulletin board service that ran in DOS with a fast chat program for those old computers. I feel like that's what David wants, is like a old bulletin board service, because he wants everybody. It's funny. So what David wants is he wants to be able to, for anyone at all to come in and chat. So like he wants to still have guest chat. But then he wants, and no emojis is fine, but then he wants, of course, I know David wants the ability to be able to ban someone, and he doesn't want anyone to be able to see other people's IRC. Or not IRC, IP addresses. What does Sarah want? A variety of things, but first, I mean, I would like to understand the back end. I would like to probably build a chat room kind of thing, like David wants. I like the idea of understanding video chat and having, I want to be able to allow people to communicate and meet online in a friendly environment. Maybe not, I don't know if that's the right word, but kind of do video chat kind of thing. I remember when David and I met online, and we met in a chat room called VP Excite, and they don't have it anymore. But what I really liked about the whole VP Excite program at the time is that there was no video, necessarily. That's okay, Bengalitis. IT changes quickly, but it's alright if I'm learning behind the times. And it is scary. Set up a queue list for video chat one-on-one. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I really like what we're doing now, except the fact that we don't monitor our chat room at America's Third Party, or we didn't. And that's another thing I want to definitely do over the break is, I don't know if I want to do it, but if I don't do it, nobody else will. I want to be able to yeah, net meeting was cool back in the day. Anyway. Limit the video to 10-second rants. Yeah. I mean, I like this idea of video chat, but I also like the idea of people connecting and people being able to connect with each other. And I know, like, I guess they have Facebook chat with that. But what I was going to say, what I really liked about that VP Excite network is you could go into, like, your region. So you could be, like, Washington State or Western Washington. And then you could type with other people that were close to you, but still not, like, give away information, or you can meet with people if you wanted to in real life. I mean, David and I met in a West Coast chat room, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, I remember MSN chat and AOL Messenger, and I remember there's a program my sister and I used to keep on our computer that would bring in all different chats. Yeah, news groups and IRCs. The problem with IRC, as I understand it, is that people can see your IP if you're chatting in an IRC. And so, or IC, yes, that was what it was. ICQ. I remember that. Yeah, I think it was ICQ. Maybe. It had all kinds of things, though. Not just, yeah. Maybe it was ICQ. Maybe I should look into that, news groups or something like that. I didn't know it was for ICQ. Meta-nemesis. That totally makes sense. You were on early. Your ICQ number was 1339. Don't they still have that or no? Yeah, you're probably right, Meta-nemesis. I think it's gone. Happy Thanksgiving, Rex, Tiddly D, and if you want me to say your regular name, I can too. Happy Thanksgiving. It's so good to see you. Are you gonna have your sister over? Or going with your sister to your families? Okay, that sounds good. We still have ICQ. New ICQ for Windows. Simple way to communicate, nothing extra, new design, free sound and video calls, group, and much more. Wow. That's pretty cool. It's totally different though. Looks different. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's probably because I'm casting on all these different sites. Are you gonna still do the taxi thing when you move? Milking a slug. That's pretty bad. Well, I don't. I would opt you, but I'm gonna wait and look. I did not check my portfolio with AMD stocks, but I have that's one company that I'm heavily leveraged in, AMD. So finally I get a benefit of the second bump, because I had bought AMD stocks originally because I'm like, well, I didn't at the time. I was like, I'm not gonna buy Intel. I did end up buying one or two Intel, but I bought quite a few AMD when they were only like $2 a share. And then why not? I think AMD is a good company to invest in. And then they had this huge, wow. No, but they are heavily leveraged into AI. You're right. You're right about my core processors are I's right now, are Intel's. But AMD's are pretty cool. And that I was talking about stock, not necessarily my own personal computers. I'm sorry, AMD. I'm a shareholder, but anyway, oh, Shadow, that's going to be so cool. You have a niece and you get to see your sister. Oh, that's so awesome. But I like the idea of them as a stock. And I'm glad because my AMD was one stock that when I first bought in, it went way up, and then it was like, then I bought some more, so my percentage went down. I still doubled my money though. Yeah, yep. Oh my goodness, you had $11,000 when Amazon launched at 17 cents and you didn't buy any? No, Zeno. I'm only with David for as long as he lives. It's like one of those till death do us part. I love David and I'm always going to be with him, even if for my life. I'm just going to go with that. Yeah. You can hear me right, Tiddly Dee, because my mama, oh, you'll get this. My mama always said, you should refuse to have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. Exactly. I know, that's true. I don't know if I ever did buy Amazon. Because their stock is expensive now. That's what one of the things I was thinking of, I was telling David this. David's going to live a very long life, Xenu, till he's going to outlive me. Anyway, I was telling David, part of me wants to buy like property just to create and I want to create like a server farm, but maybe I could just do that on my own place. Those were the days. I wish I could be that good to program an AI like David. Dave, Digital Audio Video Entity. I did come up with that acronym, by the way. Yeah, I think you're right about a simple setup being the best for chat. I was messing around yesterday with, messing around. I was learning Node.js on my other computer. Aw, that's really nice of you, though, to volunteer to work. Very, very nice of you. And people have to get to their families and things like that. If you do Linux, can you still get all the programs you like? Most of them. Or you might not get exactly what you like, but you can get other ones that do the job as well, if not better, than the programs you already use. Yeah, people could get trapped in the snow. Are you going to stay in the city when you move? In the same city that you're living in now? That's good. Are your parents still around? You're an ICQ site? ICQ chat, True Blue? Oh yeah, you can have VLC on Linux. Yes. So you're trying it out. That's pretty cool. Thanks. 2 magical cameras are up. Well, that's because I know I go over here to look at this one. And then if I do that, then I won't be... and I'll miss it. Anyway. Yeah, that's probably the case. Montreal, the only city in the world that could get 45 centimeters of snow overnight in the airport. Open by noon. Well, one, it's relative to... the thing about the Pisa is they've actually done much better on the Pisa in recent years than they did before, and that's one of the reasons, like before the Common Core state standards, they didn't score as well on the PISA during that time, but they've scored better since then. that's one. And then the other thing about the PISA that you have to say is it's kind of like it's comparing to other countries, and those other countries, they limit who actually goes to their schools. So they don't, student in America, we have free or taxpayer funded education for from age 3, well, from kindergarten to 12th grade. And in other countries, they actually have to pay for that. And they then, with the PISA, they test in different places. Let me look at the recent PISA scores. I was curious because I haven't seen. Well, Singapore. The other thing I would say is (2015). So this was 3 years ago. Good. Let me look at this. Our scores have come up from previous, where they were previously. And our scores are actually above the average. But I would definitely say in other countries that you're talking about, there's also, I mean, there could be a variety of factors, but another case could be that, what's your reasoning, Chuck? I'm open to hearing your reason why the USA doesn't fare as well as others, and how you think we should improve our PISA scores. That's what you really want to say. You don't really want me to say anything. So go ahead and tell me how you're going to solve the problem. It's about me specifically. And how specifically do you think I should improve? I don't know. What's your reasoning? We all know, wink. Sure, go ahead. Sarah, do you think finance, ecology, survival, empathy will ever be taught in school again? I think there is definitely a revitalization of empathy, finance, and ecology. I don't think survival will necessarily be taught in school again if you're talking about hunting and fishing kind of survival. Take it easy, Shadow. Have a good Thanksgiving. Finance, I do think will be taught and should be taught. You were taught when you were young to survive in the woods for a day with nothing. And Estonia, Taipei, Finland, even Canada, Vietnam, Hong Kong, United Kingdom, Germany, Netherlands, Switzerland, Ireland, Belgium, Denmark, Poland, Portugal, and Norway all scored better than the United States.
Okay, good. All right, I think I'm there. I've got it. Green Friendly Wednesday. Thanksgiving coming tomorrow. Sustainable Thanksgiving Wednesday. Yeah. The PTSA, the PISA exposes the lie. What is PISA?
It's a program for international student assessment. They test students from
All over countries.
Different countries.
And America's got some of the lowest stats now.
No,
We're in the
I wouldn't
middle.
say the lowest. We're actually average. We're actually a little bit above the average OECD scores.
Among
the-
fluoridated nations, are we leading?
We're not leading, no, but we're
Fluoridated nations, welcome.
the range is these are for 15-year-olds in science literacy. It ranged from 556 in Singapore to 332 in the Dominican Republic. The U.S. average score was 496, which
That's
is
not
not different than the average of everyone.
Hey Max, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Hey, somebody donated a pro account to us. Wow.
It was lower than 18
Thank you.
systems, 18 other countries, but higher than 39 other countries, not measurably different than 12. There was, now, students in Massachusetts scored really well.
They have a very robust program over there. They drill their kids on the basics. A trillion, were never taught what a trillion was? Yeah, I'm sorry. What is a zillion exactly? I don't really know. A trillion I get, but zillion, I don't know about that one. Quadrillion, yes. Centillion? But a zillion? I'm not sure how much a zillion is. So you were never taught what $1 trillion is, so you have no idea how big $1 trillion is. I was asking Sarah, I said, the Give Pledge that, hey, good evening, Tech Walla, welcome. The Give Pledge has been signed by Warren Buffett, and even Mark Zuckerberg claims he's signing the Give Pledge. But it just involves giving away half your money when you die. And I thought to Sarah, I said today, why does a person need more than $100 billion? Or even 50 billion, or even 1 billion for that matter, because 1 billion is 1,000 million. And 1 trillion is 1,000 billion. So why does a person need over 50 billion or $100 billion? Jeff Bezos doesn't make sense. And he's made it on the back of the USPS department, which has been running at a deficit of $7 billion a year for the past 10 years. So we've been giving money to Jeff Bezos. Nice. Good job, America. So you think Americans are getting the raw end of the PISA, Chuck? That we're getting falsely judged by the PISA? Sarah doesn't choose the curriculum, Chuck. Just deal with it, man. There are a lot
Maybe
of...
I should go to Singapore and see what they do differently and then teach like they do.
It's actually more group learning. In India and all of Asia, it's more group learning that's going on. So kids that hover around one terminal or one computer in India, 20 kids will just gather around that one computer and fixate on it. One of those kids going to take an interest in that computer. It's the lack of group learning that we are really suffering from in America, because we aren't hovering around one little computer, in a hut. That's the thing, and we're not starving for knowledge, because those people are starving. Victim, what happened? Hang on just a second. We've got a problem. I didn't want you to bring up your problems in the show. Yeah, so you can't really come in here, and this is not a psychiatric ward. We're not here for your problems. This is not. Go to a psychiatrist or a learned professional to get help where you need it. You know, sawdust is not as bad as you think, Tiddly-dee. I enjoy Parmesan with sawdust in it. You know, I mean, how do you think you get roughage? Sawdust, Parmesan cheese. Yeah.
I do think there might be a focus on math skills. And the one thing I've done as a teacher is I brought into my young grades, is I brought in the abacus, which I know they use in other countries, rather than, I'm like the only one in, and I really try to focus on number sense, but that is one area where I think I could focus more is mathematics, math literacy. I don't know if it's like giving students actual like, here, build this and figure it out with rulers or something, if that would help. I'm not really sure how. Anyway, right now we just adopted new math curriculum, and I believe that with this new math curriculum that we would see, if our school was involved in the testing, we would see higher scores. And that might be, you might be right, Chuck, but I feel like I don't necessarily think that we need to throw out the whole system. I mean, I think education probably happens in a classroom environment around the world where these PISA tests are taking place. Yeah. But one of the reasons that I love teaching is because I want to be a positive influence on students that I teach. It's kind of like, if you're saying, it's like, I want to be a beacon, even if there's things around me that might not be beacons. I personally think my district is kind of a beacon, but I'm of course very partial to that. How much longer will a website ATP be here? I hope for a long time, Tiddly. D. That sounds good, Anita. Oh. On iVlog? As long as the iVlog site... You mean tonight? Or as long as the iVlog site is here, we'll coast 6 nights a week? Oh, man. Treat her like the princess that she really is. Buy her nice clothes and, well, just treat her like the princess that she really is. Treat her as you would like to be treated. You did tell me about that, and I did not do my due diligence of studying those. That's not enough. Make sure you give her a back rub and cuddles and kindness. Oh, of course, I have the wrong keyboard in my lap.
Okay. Please.
No. Just leave it.
No, don't ever allow these people into the room. They're vile garbage.
Got it.
Just don't even let them in the room, please. You're doing a disservice to our show by allowing them to even be here. We've got real bad trolls in our show, and I just urge everyone to, recognize that we're being challenged by some of the people that are afraid of losing power because they know how appealing this message of United America really is. And a centrist United America is a stronger America, and I'm not sure why there hasn't been a greater amount of those people leaving, because it's hopeless to try to challenge this effort. Sarah, their dinner is waiting for you on the stove. You've got a wonderful... I've been trolled longer than Trump. Believe me, I've got way more troll hours under my belt than Trump. We are flooded with bots, yeah. They're off topics that are coming in. We're banning them, Chuck. Don't worry. I'll be doing a CAPTCHA test on anybody who comes in and writes trivia for no reason. Blog TV trolls are worse. Tiddly-dee, yeah. We had a lot of problems back 10, 11 years ago when we first started. So we were immersed in this problem when we first started the show. Literally the day we started, we were just troll. It was a troll account. We just kept banning. So these people don't have anything new to offer, and there's nothing they can do to stop us. We're not running a CAPTCHA. We're doing our own CAPTCHA. We ask mathematical questions of people that we think are trolls or bots. I didn't tell Sarah to leave. I told her dinner is on the dinner table. It's time for her to have her dinner. Otherwise, it gets cold when the house is cold because we've got like a zone heating going on, so some of the rooms are warmer than others. But when it's on the stove and it's hot, it's ready to eat, Who wants to eat cold food, especially when it's Angus burger with cheddar cheese on top and Brussels sprouts and wontons, chicken wontons? That's tasty stuff, yeah. So there's a Greta go to China and protest about climate change to the world's biggest emitter. Yeah, Greta, could you go to China? Hello, Greta. Go to China. Tell Xi Jinping to cut his emissions. Hey, howdy, how are you? How's it going, buddy? It's placenta. It's not placenta, it's fruit enzyme time. You see, I have so much personality, these people can't even cope with the reality that I'm light years ahead of their two-party system already. Vaughn Live has been targeted for a long time, Fat Vinny. Mark makes a lot of money to censor me. That's why he's openly against me, wants to censor me. It's just crazy. Well, I am going to respond to the U.S. student PISA test. I think the testing is unfair against Americans. We can't be average if we're going to lead the world, so we have to protest the PISA results, saying that we live in a subculture that pretty much tests people. The PISA test should be how fast your hand-eye coordination can get rid of, people on Grand Theft Auto or something. Because a lot of young people are doing more, gaming than they are learning. So test them on their gaming skills. Yeah, that should be part of the PISA test scores. I bet we would excel on gaming. I'm not fruity at all, Daryl. No. I'm not kidding either, Chuck. Test them on their gaming abilities. We're going to address the PISA test by just kicking butt and offering the rest of the world what they need. Yeah. Well, they'll have me leading the parade. I can tell you we've got all kinds of things. We've got, not to mention the fact that we have many people with kinetic skills, dancing geniuses out there, like this guy right here. But we've got a whole litany of things that America can offer. We've got brand new technologies in America, born out of MIT right now, that will provide water filtration and air filtration. These are big things that America will be part of our new goal to provide water filtration and air filtration. brand new technologies that'll kind of blow the socks off of other countries in carbon dioxide scrubbing, getting carbon dioxide to get cleaner. Obviously, our plants need carbon dioxide, so we're going to be using carbon dioxide for a purpose of, helping the plants. But getting it out of the air, our breathable passageways, we don't need heavy pollution where we are. Our bus stops should be free of pollution, but instead, diesel's everywhere. So anticipate air filtration systems on the backs of mufflers, courtesy of me, which I already have designs to do this. I was going to patent these designs 15 years ago, but I decided to start this party instead. Sure. You want to go what's going on? Sure. We did it earlier, but we'll do it for you. Sure, Pittoro. You're from the Vatican, right? Are you still in Japan, or are you going back to Italy? Yes. Ha. Hey, I support the Hong Kong democracy. Absolutely. I think President Xi Jinping should stand up and say, I honor you, what your wishes are. Self-rule in Hong Kong till 2046 or 2047. That's when self-rule ends. Don't prosecute people who are charged in Hong Kong in Beijing. Don't send them to be tried in Beijing and sent to the re-education camps where they will be forced into hard labor. Dave, why does everybody consider you or accuse you of being gay? I don't know, Dana. Jeez, man. Are you so homophobic that you really think that somebody's going to act gay? Of course they're not gay. They're not acting gay. Of course, there was Rock Hudson. That guy did look like a hetero, but he was gay. Or the father in the Brady Bunch. It's a story of a gay man named Brady. Hang on. Okay, I'll play this. Hold on, please. Yeah, we got that to deal with. The constant accusation that I'm a gay, which I'm not. Okay, so you're giving me a link to what? YouTube? All right. Hey, that's funny. Sarah found ICQ chat. That's hilarious.
You want to say grace?
I'm not saying that shit. I think it's stupid.
Well, I know you think it's stupid.
Psycho kids ruin Thanksgiving. This has got 25 million views, so I can only play 8 seconds of it. Let me go to the top 8 seconds.
And I'm grateful for video games.
Okay, thank you. That'll be fun tonight. Thanks for the link. I'm prayful for video games. Yeah, make that part of your prayers prior to your Thanksgiving dinner. I want to thank Rick Perry for thanking us for Donald Trump, and I want to thank you for the video games that you gave me, Lord. Real Trump twittered his self-portrait. Isn't this photoshopped after his checkup? Let's take a look. Oh yeah. Really? Is this what Donald Trump? He just posted this, really? Last checkup at the hospital. I think that's probably Photoshop, yeah. You're renovating the real estate in the Vatican, and the Papa Francisco wants to donate to Louis Vuitton a new office of chairs. Oh, it is so nice, Pittoro, but I am not sure that your chairs will be bugged with listening devices from the CIA. I can't take your gifts. No foreign gifts, please, Pittoro. Give them to some needy people. Maybe, do this, Pittoro. Put them at the center in glass on a monument dedicated to Pope Francis. Both chairs can go in the new Vatican halfway house that you're building for all the homeless people in the area. David, we have to talk. You're doing a research study. I don't think you can. Idiot, do. We don't talk. David, we can't throw mobile medical care at Americans without addressing the PISA gap. Just lose the stigmatization, Chuck 94, of calling Americans not the brightest, sharpest people in the world. Yeah, you're stigmatizing us as average. We don't like to be seen as average. We want to be a little bit more than average, although average is okay. It's just that we don't deserve that, man. We have a different type of intelligence here that's not measured by the PISA scores. I told you that. Look at one of the biggest geniuses we've got, Donald Trump.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain.
That's the point. Yes. If you have, in fact, the PISA test should include a brain scan, don't you think? I don't care about the money, Petoro. You keep coming in offering money from the Vatican. How dare you? How dare you? This is all wrong. I should be in school. And the Vatican comes in here and tells me that they want to give me chairs. I can't take your gifts, Petoro. I'm running for office. How dare you? You're in Italy now at the Vatican Palace? Oh, how nice. Well, we all know that Donald Trump works for Henry Kissinger and Vladimir Putin together. Mr. President, I have to go to the bathroom. Mr. President, my diaper is leaking.
Everybody knows Dr. Kissinger, and we're right now talking about Russia and various other matters. We're talking about Syria, and I think that we're going to do very well with respect to Syria. I think things are happening that are really, really, really positive. We're going to stop the killing and the death. We had a very, very good meeting with Mr. Lavrov, and it was, I thought it was very, very good. What we want to do is we want to see the killing, the horrible killing in Syria stop as soon as possible, and everybody's working toward that end.
Including Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump and Erdogan, the president of Turkey. So they're working on it. We don't have to worry about anything going on in Syria now that Donald Trump has allowed Vladimir Putin and Erdogan to work together, even though Erdogan has 50 nuclear weapons that NATO has. We're just going to go ahead and let Vladimir Putin handle the whole thing. Okay, so we solved that problem. Now, Chuck, we are dealing with things. I need to address the PISA gap in a way that you're not going to like, Chuck. Tech Wallace says David the man is shook. He has the devil sitting right in front of him. I know. Tell me about it. Kissinger. It's really a new world order. If that isn't the sound of Beelzebub, I don't know who is. No, I don't do gay impressions, Joe, especially for your cousin Vinny, the Flamer, okay? God. And stop making fun of Vinny the Flamer and stigmatizing him. Look, Chuck, this is the deal. Global conspiracy theories are not really what we're about. We're trying to warn you of the dangers of the globalization process. It's not a theory, it's a fact that New World Order is pushing for globalization. Henry Kissinger represents that. But I will tell you this, that dealing with the growth of our young people's minds will be number one priority. I'm actually going to retool the education department so that we create learning tools as opposed to tell states what to do with their state laws. So instead of the Department of Education being a bunch of old fogies sitting around a desk going, oh, I'm getting $125,000 a year and I'm going to retire in 10 years. We're going to have young people who know how to develop online curriculum, working hand in hand with state educators to offer them packets of learning tools. Now, I believe that the way to get people to learn is to inspire them and offer them chances to do whatever they want to do. So we're going to offer various venues for young kids to grow and an incentive program to do it. So this is unique to me. I believe that we're going to give cash incentives to young kids after 5th grade as they go on. If they get really good grades in their tests in school, they can get scholarship money. So we're going to use that tool, the carrot, and no stick, but the carrot opportunity of a scholarship fund to get kids to learn and do well on their tests. That combined with getting their intuitive nature line with what they want to learn, then they'll be more likely to do something they'll want to learn. And kids learn a lot faster when they do that. So I hope you understand my thrust is not to tell states what to do, but rather give them learning tools And I come from a family of educators. Both of my parents taught in public school, and my mother taught in university or college. So I think that's a pretty interesting approach to education, whereas the idea of putting your finger down and teaching the basics and forcing kids to learn really hasn't paid off, especially with the No Child Left Behind Act. And I'm afraid a lot of kids got left behind with George W. and Obama. All right. Well, please, Mr. David, you can't control anything right now. You can barely control your bowels. Okay? It's time to change your diaper. Your handler said that wearing a diaper is a way to get more use out of you as a hacker. So, yeah, go to the bathroom now. You can get up now. He's some sort of a clone hacker at the CIA headquarters. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. Yes, Mr. David. See, seriously, he's wearing a diaper. I'm not kidding. I can tune into where his environment, it's like bizarre. He says he hasn't been able to leave the headquarters for his entire life. I think he's a cloned hacker. I know that sounds odd, but cloning is not impossible. Thank you for loving me. Bon Jovi, yeah. For loving me. For loving. He gets up there. I don't think I want to play that tonight. Thank you, though, for loving me. I know you think you're going to be escaping soon, but that's another virtual reality program that you think you're actually in. You see, the problem, we may have an actual live wire AI clone or whatever. Yeah, he actually may be an AI system who thinks he's living in a body of some human being and forced to live in this virtual reality. That's a possibility. He could also be a clone truly trapped in some locker somewhere. I can't explain it. Dave, do you know Desperate Impact? Well, you know, Chuck, I appreciate the input, but at this point, nothing will crush my plan. Yes, we don't need to stick to any other standard of employment other than the Davis Act, which guarantees a certain, Bacon-Davis Act guarantees a certain wage for state employees. We're meeting and complying with that, Chuck, by simply matching the average salary of your standard worker, $15 an hour to start. That will completely sidestep the Disparate Act. The Bacon-Davis Act, that's right, Nemesis. Yummy, bacon. So that pretty much solves that problem, Chuck, but thanks for your input. Do you really think that you want to test me here, Chuck? So go ahead, fire away. I can handle any subject under the sun. More than 700 tapeworms found in a man's brain and chest after he ate undercooked pork. Okay. Now, you ladies want to have clean water for your kids and their grandkids, and you men want to have clean air to breathe so you can smoke your cigarettes. All of this is possible. Well, let's be clear. Have no fear. Air filtration is near. Oh, I know we're not enemies, no. I don't think you're my enemy, Chuck. I haven't even pegged you as some sort of a Republican or Democrat. I don't even know I'm checking through ChatDar. Your chat reading shows you at leaning to the left. Okay, Chuck, well, what's your concern about, are you pro-choice, Chuck? Are you one of those people that want women to murder their babies? We're here to talk about social topics tonight. It's Wasteful Wednesday. We talk about that. Dave, I think the reason people think consider you gay, reviewing the tapes, I think it's your lisp, but the culprit. I don't have a lisp. Oh, come on. Hey, you know something, Zeno? I think you are gay. And I think that you see gayness in other people. And if you see any inkling of sensitivity and I guess the feminine side of all of us, you automatically think that person's gay. Yeah, I know Vinny loves me, but I'm not going to help you there, Joe, okay? Take Vinny in the other room and you guys have a love affair, your bromance and bada bing bromance, you know what I'm talking about? But no, seriously, PISA is an issue. American students won't be dumb. No. I think you're forgetting the underlying fact, Chuck, that our country is fluoridating its water. Underlying this entire concept of filtering water is this notion that fluoride is actually lowering our IQ. Now, a Harvard Medical Review study of fluoride dating back as far as 2000 indicates that fluoride drops your IQ point by as much as 20 points. That would totally explain any PISA drops, because we're literally fluoridating 67% of all our water. So you have to understand, fluoride will be pulled from water when I'm president. Oh, thank you, Piper. Prospect Patriots, thanks for coming in, man. We've been dealing with a lot of trolls, a lot of attacks in our show since you first started our show in 2011, August 16th. But you are not the only person who believes that many right-wing people are looking toward our party. Because you look at this right here. This is the container fence idea, which should have been built by now. And I had the 1,000-mile fence idea. I was the originator of it. And Trump stole the idea, and he's been sitting on it and doing nothing, pretty much. Pelosi offered him $24 billion so that as long as he'd handle the DARPA, the kids, the DACA kids, not DARPA, but DACA kids that were Dreamer kids, Trump actually could have gotten $24 billion and had that fence built by now. Really? You started before 2011? Good for you. I track you to 2009. Or was it 2008? Yeah, right-wingers are coming on in. We support the fence idea here. We're big on that. And we support your right to bear arms. You're traveling through another dimension. The dimension of both sight and sound, of both things and ideas. You just crossed over into the wonderful land of both that of your imagination and that of my brain. I have ideas that will help the country in ways that probably cannot even be calculated. Because I'm an idea machine, I can come up with ideas on the fly, whereas Donald Trump steals my ideas. And I'm glad he stole some of these ideas, like the fence idea. But again, not a lot of progress there. And the fence they put in, they just cut a hole in. The cartels did. Took all of like 5 minutes and a settling torch. I mean, what were they thinking? I'd put propane canisters in the upper interior of these things, and they would ignite automatically if somebody broke the surface. But we'd have nice living facilities for people down below who wouldn't be hurt if there was a fire up above because they could get out. Every one of these containers would be lined with a propane cylinder with an activation point that if something breached the interior, it would trigger an immediate ignition system, or perhaps a delayed ignition system, which would automatically fry whoever tries to go through here. You can't break through these barriers. Plus, I am also the originator of the invisible fence idea, which I think is very possible. A microwave barrier that would prevent people from getting to the next step into our country. Anyway, these ideas are not going to happen with Donald Trump as your leader. We've got over 800,000 containers that are sitting at the border right now doing nothing. And it's absolutely absurd that we don't use these things, the containers that are doing nothing. Okay, we now can bring you the man's pig stomach. Let's take a look. Oh, is it brain? His brain had tapeworms growing in it. Look at this. More than 700 tapeworms are found in the man's brain and chest after he ate undercooked pork, folks. Now, I just put my pork for tomorrow's stuffing in a marinade. Are you going to bye-bye, Odin? Okay, sleep well. Or have a good break. See you in a bit. Yeah, so we're looking at possible brain contamination with so if you guys are cooking like a pork sausage, make sure that it smells right if you're going to cook with it. I actually did a smell test on my... So here's your typical brain with nothing but brain cells undulating and touching each other and having sex. But in this case, it's the tapeworms that are having sex, not your brain. His IQ has gone down approximately 20 points, I'm sorry to say. David, Pope Francisco says it's time to be human again, a race of human beings. No kidding. Well, don't eat that pork, folks. I know some of you Catholics like pork. I know. Is Pope Francisco eating a nice pork sausage sandwich tonight? You can tell me. I bet he is dining on a little bit of oregano, pork sausage, and the beautiful fettuccine. With cheese sauce, the best, Pope Francis, wonderful. You got to cook pork for 140 degrees to kill the trichinosis. Well, that's true, Chuck, but don't eat pork that smells, okay? I know he is. I can even tell you he has a beautiful rose sitting next to him. It's a red rose and a yellow rose together. Is the Pope okay? Is he feeling okay? Because yellow usually implies sickness. Ladies and gentlemen, you are fine to speak your ideals here. Just be respectful. Thank you, Tiddly D. Tiddly D is here to be respectful. Yeah, I just think the country is slipping. Donald Trump has been asleep at the switch. I'm just thankful we've got icons like Shaquille O'Neal who stand up for Gold Bond. That's not Shaquille O'Neal. Liquid Shaq. Okay, that's not something I want to talk about. I've got something I want to show you that's very bizarre. Came in yesterday. You met with Shinzo Abe in Japan. Excellent. I'm glad you're doing the circuit, so to speak. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with, pressing the flesh or at least getting close, because I know the Pope doesn't like to shake hands, right? Yeah, he won't touch anyone. But I applaud his efforts to create the homeless shelter near the Vatican where everyone's, defecating. That's a good idea. And put toilets and showers inside of that homeless shelter. Yes. Don't spare any expense. Make sure it's a nice, clean facility. Okay, we don't want any kind of a leprosy forming near the Vatican. Gold Bond is cocaine. Really? No kidding. I think you're fantasizing that Gold Bond is cocaine. You may have a problem there, Slow Modes. He was moved by the Hiroshima visit. I'm sure he was. We've got a Thanksgiving travel alert across the nation right now.
In defiance of the regime and with a good degree of danger. I don't think that shows a...
I'm sorry, Elliot Abrams, isn't he the guy that was so corrupt in the 1970s that they put him in jail? Oh yeah, Trump hired him. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that. Yeah. I guess I have a video of the tapeworm guy. This is a video I'll play later tonight too. Okay. I'm getting that link, Pitoro. Hold on, please.
Pope Francis has been looking back on his visit to Japan, where he met survivors of the atomic bombings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The pontiff says the use and possession of nuclear weapons is immoral, and the Catholic Church will state this in its teachings.
The experience in Hiroshima was very moving. I reiterated that the use of nuclear weapons is immoral.
Immorale, men have named you. Immorale. Well, deal with it. We're going to have nuclear weapons as long as Iran has nuclear weapons and Russia has nuclear weapons. And we aren't really scaling down anytime soon. But I like where you're going with that, Pope Francis. That's a positive message to the world. I think that's special. Thank you for your concern. All right. Excellent. David, hello, Add the One. Welcome. Yes, hope you're having have a very happy Thanksgiving. Yeah. So you guys probably preparing the turkey dinner. I think the cheapest frozen turkey dinner I found was $2.99 at Safeway. That's a pretty good meal if you have no turkey dinner. You're not cooking. You're in an apartment. Get one of those. They're $2.99. It kind of brings out the taste buds that everyone else is experiencing. It's kind of like a cumulative taste bud day where everyone tastes the same foods. Isn't that kind of interesting? If taste buds could talk, America would be a united country right now going, that's good turkey, Republican or Democrat. That turkey's good. Yeah, that's good turkey. Swanson has a $2.37 one. Excellent. There you go. You checked it out, huh, Max? You made all that money on your Bitcoin, but you're still conscious of savings. That's smart. That's you're countering the wastefulness of the world. Now, I don't know if Japan has a much better education system than the U.S. I think that Japan is a homogeneous population with one massive guilt trip that if you don't do well in school, you're shamed by your family. That plays into why kids study more. It's the structure of the culture of the Japanese people that they don't want to in any way lose face or shame their family. So it's a huge drain on their kids child suicide is definitely on the rise. Kids are overwhelmed with the pressure in Japan. So I almost think there's something positive about not putting pressure on kids. I can tell you I was a type A personality all the way through high school, doing nothing but the best work I could possibly do. And I was the #1 student in my class of 770 students. And I had a 4.0 average and I was high SAT scores, but colleges wouldn't accept me. And it came as a complete crush to me because I had worked so hard for that position to get into a great college like Harvard or Yale or Princeton or Stanford, and they all turned me down. Instead, they let people like Barack Obama in who read off a teleprompter. Oh, let's be clear. I didn't go to Harvard. All of that is just, we have turned a blind eye to young people and their chance to actually turn their life around by not giving them a little bit of money to go to college. Now, the Democrats offer all these free education plans. I'm the originator. You did vote for me on that. Yeah, thank you. I'm the originator of getting 6-week to 6-month education plans paid for by the government for people that qualify with a low income. And I would more than be willing to double the Pell Grants that we offer to all people, regardless of your race. And in the process, create a program where we can pair jobs in the private sector that are available with an education plan directly from the people you'd be working for. You'll be actually studying under one of your managers of a company. So it's a great idea to get people a job paying $20 to $25 an hour, 6-week to 6-month training program. Meanwhile, our other educational facilities that grant the cash the Pell Grants will have to stick to fixed tuition rates. And I'll muscle them into doing that, or we'll just say we won't honor your Pell Grants at your school, which will limit their admission of any type. So there's a ways around affirmative action that affected me that I would love to be able to implement. And another major thing, lowering the age of financial independence to 21 from 25. Because when kids in our school system get to the age of 21, they're still ready to continue on, but there's that huge ledge that they can't get past, those 3 years from 21 to 25, actually 4 years, that if they don't make it to 25 and keep that education rolling, they start to lose their ability to learn. And that's a significant part of why our country is having problems right now with young people not finding work or not even wanting to work. So there's a couple ways of fixing this, and I think I've laid them all out tonight. Maybe you want to take a break tonight, Xenu. Thank you. Yeah, sure. The Greta Thunberg Devil song is a really good song from a Frenchman, I believe. Yeah, it came out, I think last week. Here it is. Oh, I'm sorry. They canceled that show. It's been taken off the internet. You know, YouTube does this all the time.
Police and security.
Yep. It's been removed. Yeah, so sorry. See, video unavailable. That's one way YouTube censors people. They didn't like the negative connotation Greta gave, or Greta had from that. Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, to you too, man. Yeah, we got our turkey ready for tomorrow morning, and we'll be videotaping our cooking session. And then, yeah, I heard that, yeah, we reported earlier that Hunter Biden suspected of smoking crack in the DC strip club VIP room. Yeah. Did you report that video? Oh, really? So you turned that video in, painting Greta as an evil person, and then they went ahead and took it off the air? You're the reason why they took it off the air? Or you like Greta, so you reported the video. So the reason why we don't have it on the air, folks, is because this guy got rid of it. Guess 504 actually reported it. Wow. Well, you know, the message of cleaning the environment is important, but Greta never talked about the most important things. She never discussed air filtration or water filtration. Yeah, and she never really discussed the most important thing, I think, that's happening, which is the endless pollution that's being dumped on our heads. The chemtrails. She didn't say no to the chemtrails, which to me is pretty sad. Yeah. Max, I think you were kicked from the iBlog cast because there's somebody who kicked you. Tiddly D kicked you out. Why did you kick Max? Max is a contributor to the show, so yeah. Tiddly D, what's going on with that? Why would you kick Max? He's a regular guy here. He's actually paid for our pro account. He used the N-word. Did you use the N-word, Max? Yeah. He said, no way. I'd never seen, and 504 said, no, he didn't. You thought, Tiddly D, you thought 504 was Max. Yeah, so that's a problem. Max is innocent. Can you unban Max? And Max, what's your full name over at iBlog? Just spell it out for us. I'm not exactly sure the nomenclature you're using. Is it hashtag? Is it Max? What exactly is it? I can unban you. But these are the important things that we should have talked about that Greta never touched on. No, Tiddly D is a decent person. He helped us 1 month too. Max, what is your account over at Vaughn? Or at... No, I never banned Juan Gabriel, no. Scissor Fight's not in the show right now. He stepped out. He's got other things to do. So is it just maxed out credit? Is that your name over there? Okay, I'll just go with that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think that will work, maybe. Can't be found. Let me try another one. Okay, your name is now unbanned, which means you may have to wait it out. Sorry about that. Well, I did unban all recently, Petoro, and Juan Gabriel was unbanned. It's just that Juan Gabriel's dead, man, and you keep thinking he's alive. So there's something wrong with your thought there. Whenever I get a good link, I flip it in my Flip magazine. In this particular case, I got the link on Norman Vincent Peale teaching Donald Trump to worship himself. That looks like a good one on Trump Sucks. So I added to my Trump Suck magazine. And there we go. And if you guys, want to look at a link to what we call our Flipboard link library, I'll give you the link right now. It takes you to 30 magazines filled with links across the board. There you go. Hey, that one guest. But that's just one of the links I'm just going to throw in there, because this is the minister that, the 33rd degree Mason, that taught Donald Trump everything he knows about God, which means the 33rd degree Masons worship God, or Lucifer rather, instead of God. So I think Trump is worshiping Lucifer, just so you know.
This is a short video to remind 153 News investigators and others that the Saugus shooting videos and related posts have been compiled on my Just Pasted account. The link to the Just Pasted page is provided in the description. If you find that a post is missing that you think should be there, send me the link and I'll paste it in. Cheers.
This is interesting. This guy has account HSaive, S-A-I-V-E, over at 153news.net. And HSaive is, he's questioning everything. And man, I'll tell you, they've got all kinds of links there.
This is a short video to remind...
Thank you. It's got a lot of links that really expose the laughter and the kind of funny jokes going on behind the scenes at the Saugus shooting. We did get a statement on Twitter from somebody who said that they lived right across the street and the cops were just there eating pizza all day. It was bizarre. Dave, remember AI bots are always trying to get your chat off topic? You were talking about clean air and water and Greta, but now you're talking about who's is and banned. Yeah, Chuck, well, that's a standard tactic. People just have different questions. Sometimes it's tangential. Okay, welcome back, Max. Sorry for your unbanned situation. If you can't get in there, maybe it's still a 1 hour delay. Tiddly D normally doesn't make those mistakes, but sometimes it's easy to do that. Oh, you're in. Great. Excellent. Okay. Well, anytime that happens, be sure to, get me on board, and we'll get that cleared up. So that's an interesting site that has all kinds of fakery going on. Now, getting back to what matters to most women today is filtering water, air filtration, and more people are tuning into the fact that we're getting hit with chemtrails, and that's got to stop. So I have this program that I plan on doing, which would ultimately stop the chemicals from being dumped on our heads. And that's to use the Air Force immediately to review all their principles and practices and get a complete accounting of what they've been doing. That's number one. Number two, activate the Air Force into stopping any air pollution that's going on in the form of chemtrails and getting them on board with that concept. And this will be within the United States and international waters. There's a big, huge problem of people just not being, exposed to the fact that we are being dumped on. So I created a website called chemtrailparty.com, and it's available for you to look at by simply going to it, chemtrailparty.com, and don't use Firefox for any of these sites that I give you. It turns out Firefox has got all kinds of protocols now preventing you from seeing any site that doesn't have a secured SSL significant. It's ridiculous. I'm not doing e-commerce on any of these sites, but they won't even let you look at the site. So just use either Google Chrome or I like Opera personally for a lot of these purposes, but chemtrailparty.com is all about showing you the proof of chemtrails. And because this is Wasteful Wednesday, I really want to talk about that. Thank you, Edwin. I created this site just so you can get more information and links to various things, but there have been no peer-reviewed studies to determine the toxic nature of the chemtrails. An Italian study was done showing that these things are comprised of selenium, strontium, barium, aluminum, heavy metals in our air. And it's bizarre, but believe it or not, they're using these heavy metals to manipulate the weather. Anyway, some people in the Democrats want to say, oh, if we do stratospheric aerosol injection, we'll get rid of the sun from baking in on our planet. Okay, thanks, Max. That's pretty funny, I guess. Well, I know you refuse to believe they're dumping on us, but they are. And the studies are all in the link library here if you go to chemtrailparty.com. The blocking of the plants from getting sunlight is not something that we want. That'll limit the amount of oxygen on the planet. That's the one thing we cannot lose. We could have more carbon dioxide, but if we lose the oxygen, that's the problem that's really at stake here. It's not just too much carbon dioxide. Frankly, there's only 0.038% of the atmosphere is carbon dioxide. So the Greta concerns that you have are a little bit trumped up or pushed beyond reality. I'm of the belief that the people that are funding Greta are actually behind this chemtrail activity. They're the ones that are they're creating the problem that only they can fix. And ironically, stopping the chemtrails is the one way to fix global climate change. But I look up in the sky all the time and I see these massive dumps of literally crap in the air. And just a couple days ago, I looked at the sky and said, yeah, those are any kind of streaks across the sky are chemtrails. So you see these types of things whenever you drive across country. I saw this all over the Midwest, Wyoming, Kansas, everywhere. You see it everywhere now. Even back east, I saw this in north of Connecticut, New Hampshire, Florida, you see it. It's all happening, and it's not stopping. Anyway, this is all about how this prevents oxygen from forming, and weather warfare is being conducted. They're using a technology that was developed by Nikola Tesla over 100 years ago. They've been seeding clouds too, various things that they don't want to admit to the American people about. But if you want to check out some good links, you can go straight down and check out weathermodificationhistory.com. It'll show you all the things that have been happening over the many years. And if you want to check out other things like on the link page, I just added a new link. I've got a grid of 6 links here. These are all top quality sites that feature all kinds of things about chemtrails. And I just changed it. Added a new one a young man is working on called climatechangeagenda.com. And then I also added the Never Lose Truth channel where she talks about chemtrails and radio frequencies and EMF emissions and how they affect all of us. And we've even got more links down here on EMF radiation, 5G, any type of cell phone radiation. You can find all of this information out. This is something the government should have done a long time ago, and they didn't. No public service announcements from our own government. They don't care about us. There are Air Force leakers on 4chan who post webs of filling tanks and spraying. Absolutely. And there are people that are working in the industry that fully know that they are virtually poisoning their families below.
He wants to know where he submits links.
Where I submit links?
Where should he send you links?
You can send them to
4chan.
America's Third Party at gmail.com. Is our central email list. Just set it right there. Hopefully we'll get it. That's our email. All right, Sarah, thank you. And I'll add them to the chemtrail site and give you more information.
That was good. Thanks for dinner.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Okay, so Sarah's going to talk about some stuff. All right, I like this background for Wasteful Wednesday. It's like what the Earth should look like, you know?
Yeah, ideally.
It's ideal, yeah.
So I was doing a little research, Chuck. You're probably right. And then I was doing some... I was looking into what I should study for furthering my own education. I was going to ask your opinion. don't know if I want. I don't think I want this one. Is, oh wait, you're thinking of going forward with a psychology degree, maybe Furman or Bob Jones? Double dose of Sarah tonight, yes. Furman. Wait, what? I don't know what you're saying about that, Tiddly D. Easy chat server, okay. Thank you for that. Oh, Furman University? Okay. I thought you were talking about Furman, some kind of university. Host and manage my own real-time communication software. It allows colleagues or friends to chat with you through a web browser on any computer without any special plugins or software. It can help you set up your community chat rooms, collaborative work sessions. This looks really good.
Welcome to Download. We want you to be able to click with confidence, but you may wonder.
Okay, I will. I'll save this and take a look at it. Hopefully sometime, because obviously David's always on this computer, but. David does want me to do this, so that's good. Thank you very much, Max. David returns from his break. You want me to ask how a person could prepare for all-out marital law? Well, just with a prenup, that will help you prepare for marital law. Oh, I think you meant martial law. Well, I would say buy a year's worth of food. Yeah, I like this. Very cool. Do you think it has built-in security though? Maxed out credit? Alright, so I would say if with that I would suggest definitely preparing your food supply first, and then so making sure you have enough food for probably a year, and do that. That would be good. I don't know if I would rather be out dancing, Monique. I like what I'm doing here. I mean, if I didn't like it, I don't think I'd be here. So start with that Mac, and then we can go from there. Several switches to use, but most of your security is done through the server software. Okay. And then I'd have to run my, well, I do want to run my own server, so This would be good for me to at least play with maxed out credit. I was looking into WebRTC today, which is pretty interesting. I recommend Node.js. But I'll look at that, what you're saying about the other server. Here in Little Haiti in Florida recently, your neighbor was upset at the amount of military vehicles and cops circling your neighborhood. He took his sword to the cops and they blew his arm off, and the tensions are simmering. It's not on the news. Wow. I would say you need to be able to hunker down and not have a lot of waves. Yeah. That's my opinion. Maybe Chuck is refueling. I was going to ask Chuck his opinion, but I think he's busy sending emails to David. But if he comes back, then I'll ask his opinion on a book. How are you doing, slow modes? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Well, yes, we do have a family member coming, or a couple family members coming, so that's about it. But I wasn't really planning on a big dinner tomorrow, but I guess it will be a big dinner, so I'll need to do some baking, figure that out. I'll bake a couple of pies. I've got the stuff for pumpkin pie, I think, and but yeah, I definitely would say, yeah, pumpkin pie and then pecan pie. Or I'll look up the recipe and we'll figure it out. It'll be fine. Pie. My favorite is pumpkin pie. Well, no, actually my favorite is pecan pie. Pekami. I was looking at Zatami, the server that you linked me to, and that's why I said Pekami. Save. Oh, goodness. All right. Web hosts. How do you become a web host? That's what I want to do. Oh, wait. You might have it be their maxed out credits favorite is Nanaimo bars. Those are really good. That's true. I've never made one though. It seems like it would be quite messy to make. Or intense, I don't know. So that's why I stick to the pecan pie. It's pretty easy. The Nanaimo seems, yeah. Intense chocolate and sugar. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. Anti-hypoglycemic remedy, yeah. You have one in the fridge drawer just in case you ever become hypoglycemic. Probably not a good thing for if you're diabetic to have around, but huh. Hello? Is anyone still watching over at Vaughn? Probably. Oh, you need massive doses of instant sugar to prevent a coma if you're hypoglycemic? Wow. Okay, thanks, chat room celebrity, for at least responding. Oh, what did this person say? Let's see. Okay. Please, Mr. David says hello. Oh, you keep your Nanaimo bar frozen. That's a good idea. That's very good. Okay. You have Gateway Pundit? Yeah, I don't really care about that, please, Mr. David. David might like it when he comes back. Oh, good night. Yes, it does go. The time flies when you're having fun. Take it easy. Have a great day tomorrow, everybody. I'm not leaving anywhere. All right. You're welcome, Bengalitis. Thank you for hanging out with me. I was looking into the. I think I'm gonna buy a couple of those books that he mentioned. That Chuck guy mentioned. There's this group called Wooden Books that they have one about Trivium, and then they have another one on Quadrivium. Which seems pretty good. All right. There's yeah, that does look interesting. I think I'll go into that. Huh. Okay. I'll look at that in another place and see what that's all about. I'll close that now. Yeah. The thing, I don't know. I read James Comey's, or no, I didn't read. I listened to James Comey read his autobiography called A Higher Loyalty was the name of his book. And he seemed like he was the one that was actually trying to root out the cartels and things like that.
Someone was weeding out the cartels?
Yeah, I mean, at least that's what James Comey seemed to have said in his book, A Higher Loyalty, his autobiography.
Who was weeding out the cartels?
James Comey.
James Comey, yeah.
Yeah,
so James Comey was weeding out the cartels.
I mean, he went after mob bosses. That's how he became
a mob employee.
No.
Oh.
That's how he became like working. How he was attorney, and he district attorney, and
in Oklahoma. Yeah. Or district attorney, right. James Comey started as a district attorney, right. Got it.
Yeah. And, I mean, anyway.
Well, the thing is, Comey is the single most important person in rigging the 2016 election by declaring that Hillary Clinton was under investigation. So it raises the question, who is Comey working for? Russia? I mean, think about it. Thank you, Sarah. Was Comey working for Russia after all? I mean, because it seems like he rigged the election for Donald Trump. Yeah. It's pretty obvious that happened. Right. Amazon Ring doorbell camera build watch list suspicious neighbors of police. Not unwittingly. I don't think so. No, I think Comey... Well, he suppressed evidence regarding Anthony Weiner's laptop. There were 340,000 emails that we still haven't gotten to, and Comey said that there were only 35,000 emails. So he suppressed evidence there. And we're still wondering where all those emails are and what do they lead to, and how come he didn't prosecute Hillary after all? All these things, why would he even say? In fact, he was accused of rigging the election. He said he knew Hillary was going to win. That's why he felt it was okay to claim she was being criminally investigated 11 days before the election. He could be Trump's accomplice. Yeah. And then Trump got rid of him from the FBI because he wanted to get him as far away from the story as he could to buy him cover. Think about that angle. They never thought she would lose. Well, that alone isn't enough to justify rigging the election for Donald Trump, which is at least ostensibly what he did. The polls were close enough to not throw something out there like that. So that was a very strange statement that Comey made in defense of what he did. Wow, ICE has arrested the 90 foreign students enrolled at a fake university operated by the U.S. government. Okay, are you getting that from the CIA AP list at your agency there? Are they expecting you to play this? ICE arrests 90 additional foreign students out of... Oh, so they were bringing students in, pretending it was a real university?
Immigration and Customs Enforcement has reportedly arrested an additional 90 foreign students at a fake university in Michigan, operated by the U.S. government. The Detroit Free Press reported on Wednesday that the 90 arrests in recent months bring the total number of students arrested for immigration violations through the fake college up to about 250. The university was set up as part of a sting that attracted foreign students mostly from India and promoted itself as offering graduate education in technology and computer sciences, according to the newspaper, citing ICE officials.
Wow, that guy really needs a new job because he's not a very good reader. He's more monotone than a computer. Maybe he is a computer. The dossier is real. It is. In fact, there's more than enough evidence that Oleg Erevenkin was killed by Vladimir Putin in order to suppress it. I know this is an odd story, but you haven't heard this in the mainstream media, but there is more than enough evidence to suggest that Oleg Erevenkin, the Russian general, was killed by Putin because he knew all about the dossier. He was the guy that got the dossier to Christopher Steele. Yet the Democrats have not pursued this lead because they can't. They're not Interpol. And frankly, this is a very strange story because the mystery death of an ex-KGB chief linked to MI6's spy dossier on Donald Trump raises a big, bold question. Was Putin involved in his death? He died in Moscow at a very young age of 61. Former Deputy Prime Minister and now head of Rosneft, he was the key to Igor Sheshin's. Yeah, Igor Sheshin, the former Deputy Prime Minister and now head of Rosneft, the state-owned oil company, repeatedly named in the dossier, is tied directly to that man. And this is Erevenkin's last goodwill measure to give America the truth about Donald Trump and how he was courted by the oligarchs. Yet nobody wants to look into the story. Here, I'm going to give you the link if you want to just spread it among your people. Come on, people now. Investigate the link now. Everybody just click it. Try to love one another right now. Well, I can tell you Mueller did draw one conclusion. He didn't do his job. Yeah, without finding any conclusive evidence, he refused to indict or even expose Donald Trump's connections to the Russian oligarchs. Mueller has fallen short of not investigating Paul Manafort's second trial. That was a number one mistake, which shows complicity on Mueller's part. I believe that we will have to try Mueller in court again. Someday we're going to have to look at what Mueller did as not only inadequate, but willfully protecting Donald Trump. Well, ask Bill Barr about anything, and he'll tell you that everything's great. He's really working on a plan to investigate the Epstein case, but nothing's happening. And let's not forget that William Barr was the one that defended the Russians and Michael Flynn when he was working as a national security advisor. That's very suspicious that our Attorney General would write a 19-page letter to Rod Rosenstein asking not to investigate Michael Flynn before we found out he was a Russian agent. That alone would put William Barr in jail as well. So I think we're going to be looking at imprisonment sentences for William Barr, James Comey, and obviously Robert Mueller. There's no other way around it. They seem to be all working on the same plan to control the election, keep Donald Trump in power. And Adam Schiff is doing everything he can from a logical perspective. I got to add it to you. The people in the Democratic Party seem to be really, really sharp. And the impeachment hearing that played out was so compelling that I was actually impressed with Adam Schiff's behavior. I know that sounds a little bit like I'm, sucking up to the Democrats. I know, but he handled it really well, and the talking points were right on, and Donald Trump definitely did a quid pro quo. 12 witnesses confirming that fact. So the preponderance of evidence shows that Adam Schiff is right, that Donald Trump is impeachable. And that's the look of confidence when he knows that 12 witnesses confirm the same thing. And the man who testified, William Taylor, the ambassador, really, really nailed it when he talked about the connection, the irregular channel that Donald Trump had created through Giuliani. That's enough to definitely incriminate Donald Trump in any of these cases. He wasn't detached from the thing. And now I understand he's going to try to throw Giuliani under the bus. Yeah. Trying to get the timing down on this. I'm a little late on that one. Yeah, they both look a little nuts. Mueller could start a criminal case into Trump. He couldn't start a criminal case, no. I know. Well, I realize that Mueller couldn't, his hands were tied, but Mueller could have passed on a bigger torch than he handed Nadler and Adam Schiff. Mueller was real weak, and with redacting 9% of the entire 448-page document, I have yet to see the 9% that's been redacted. It has not been released to the public. Now, they waited to say that, Roger Stone was being investigated, and we waited and waited and waited, and now we still don't see that 9% that's been redacted. There's more incriminating things to talk about. And I'm surprised Adam Schiff isn't pursuing a case against Michael Cohen or with Michael Cohen in testimony. Michael Cohen offered the Democrats all the information they want on the Russian involvement, and he hasn't even bothered to set up a deal. And I actually tweeted Adam Schiff this past week asking him to set up a deal with Michael Cohen to get some leniency here and get him to speak. Yeah, and Barr redacted the report, which is also obstruction of justice, slow mode. Good point. Yep. If the redactions are solely due to Barr, then he's holding the 9% back. But Mueller didn't. He set up a Roger Stone investigation, which automatically forced the 9% to be held back. So we're still waiting on the 9%. I haven't seen it yet. That's suspicious. And Adam Schiff not getting Michael Cohen to testify is very weird. He's one of the key witnesses here, and so is Paul Manafort. So we need to see much more investigation by the Democrats, and I need to see I'd say another 3 or 4 weeks of hearings. Don't you agree? I mean, what better entertainment than people talking about politics right in front of you every day? I think it's incredible. I was actually very happy to see the hearings. It was the first time I knew that my country was doing something to stop this nutcase who thinks he's in charge of the country when he's a total shill for the New World Order. Yeah. Hang on, I want to go into the other room for a second. I gotta paste this. This is the act of denial system that we'd be using. Good. Yeah, that's going to be a part of a plan to provide a guaranteed safety net for our border. This is a microwave system that could veritably deploy in the event the fence can't be built in an emergency scenario. And I think we could probably pull that off. Right, the story is delayed because of much of the redaction. This is a Photoshop. This is not a true picture. No. Adam Schiff is not Jeffrey Epstein's friend. That's a total Photoshop. You can clearly see that the lighting is off. Right, the angle of light, for one, you can tell this picture by its fraudulent nature. You can see a couple different lighting issues. I'll point them out to you. This is a Photoshop. Adam Schiff has nothing to do with that, with Jeffrey Epstein that I know of. The angle of light here is an even arrow right here, right against Jeffrey Epstein's face. The angle of light here is a slightly different approach. It's from this angle on Adam Schiff's face. That's just one of the peculiarities. There's another peculiarity that does not match. The line here in his face, right around his necktie area, everything looks artificial. Even that shadow. You see the shadow right there? Right. It's just a slightly different angle in the light. But the line there, it looks like a cut mark and anti-aliasing in the picture. Anyway, good to see you're paying attention. It's just Epstein's head, yeah. And here's the real picture, unadulterated, unphotoshopped. Internet trolls are peddling a poorly fake photo of Adam Schiff and Jeffrey Epstein. There's the real photo on the left. Here's the fake one. Classic. Exactly. He was posing, what, with his dad or something? I know. Republican propagandists are loving it. He's sitting with his 90-year-old father. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Adam. You know, aside from the fact that George Soros is one of his relatives and Donald Trump won't even talk about it because Donald Trump likes George Soros, in case you Republicans didn't know. Dum-de-dum-dum. Some of you people are like Beavis and Butthead. You know, between the Democrats and the Retardicans, I'm not sure who's worse. Anyway, thanks for that clarification, Slow-Mos. I want to play a little of the hearing here. I think I have it somewhere. Nope, I guess I don't. I thought I had it in the lineup. In the meantime, let's keep in mind what we're here for. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what the government was created for. Its primary purpose is to enable our individual life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. If it fails to do that, it's not doing its job. So if it impinges an unconstitutional tax law against us, it's not doing its job. The Democrats want to force taxes on us like it was a form of revenue for them. How else are you going to pay for everything? Well, cut back on your spending and reapportion your funds. Why pay for everything? Free cowbell? Yeah. I don't pay for cowbell. I get free cowbell. And you know, none of that cowbell activity damaged the planet because during that time period, The cow did not fart. Thank you. I know. Isn't that exciting? All right. Thanks for that clarification. I'll keep that in my political cover-up section, I guess. I don't know where else to stick it. Putting it in political cover-up. Yeah, when they're trying to paint Adam Schiff as something he's not, then there's another rumor out there claiming Adam Schiff comes from a district where there's a massage parlor for toddlers. Burbank. Have you ever been to Burbank? Yeah, well, I don't know what that's about, but it has nothing to do with him. There is a story, though, that one of his best friends has just been arrested for pedophilia. So I can't ignore that one. Other than that, Adam Schiff is squeaky clean. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. So a lot of the people of the world are really obsessed with this story. It is compelling, but I don't think it's a real story. I think people have faces that are similar. Oh, here's your story. Yeah, this is the guy that Adam Schiff has friends with. His charge was indecent liberties of male minors as young as 11 years old. Court documents are sealed, but won't be for long. Look it up. This is one of Adam Schiff's good buddies, a doctor. It does not even have to be true because hearsay is better than hard evidence. I don't know about that. Anyway, this is the story that we'll be looking at as time goes on. Anyway, I just don't believe that Greta Thunberg is the actual time traveler. Her face looks more, more like a person with fetal alcohol syndrome than the person in the picture. Greta? We know that the Greta has a problem there. We don't know. Her mother had something to do with, I guess, her Asperger disease is a cause by something, I suppose. And one of the theories is that it's some sort of fetal alcohol syndrome. Is she eating well? I don't know. But admittedly, there's a lot of common, similar features here. I just can't get behind the idea that she's a time traveler. That's the problem. If I were replicated and sent over to another time and put in that time period and was forced to be like a time traveler of some sort, I mean, who's to say that I'm not that time traveler? You know, when you look at the faces of Greta and I, and you compare our facial features, zooming. Yeah, look at the similarity between myself and her. And you tell me. Am I this person? I mean, I look just like this person. What's to say I'm not that person? Anybody can made to look like somebody else. That's what I'm really saying. So to say that time travel is proof here, I don't think so. Okay, back to the pollution that's causing nothing but problems along the coastlines. It's really a sad day to think that America is polluted on a daily basis. U.S. skies packed with planes carrying U.S. Thanksgiving travelers. Right. Hey, folks, we're having a polar attack along the Midwest, all the way down into California and Oregon, and then across to the Northeast. And this is indicative of what is the holiday season right now for countless travelers across the nation. It's terrible, and it's causing a lot of problems. How dare you? Well, They have to get to their destination, Greta. How dare them spend time in the air burning fuel? This is all wrong. Okay. Trial in Mona Lisa. There you go. We should do that. We should do the Mona Lisa too. You're right. Thank you for your opinion. Well, look at this. U.S. skies packed with planes. Come fly the crowded skies. The airspace above the United States was packed with planes on Wednesday as millions of Americans traveled for Thanksgiving. The flight tracking computer image above shows flights over the continental U.S. at 11:30 Eastern Time. That's almost right now. All told, more than 55 million people took the roads, rails, and skies on the holiday eve, according to the American Automobile. 55 million people are traveling through rain and snow to be with their family. Isn't that amazing, folks? And who said the nuclear family was replacing our old family unit? We get together once or twice a year. Some of us do. All told, more than 55 million took the road. So thousands of flights were canceled and major roads closed as the storms pummeled the West Coast and Midwest with hurricane-force gusts and dumped up to 30 inches of snow. Isn't it amazing? Okay, you think that dude resembles me? Okay. Here's something very interesting. Here's Vladimir Putin with Fiona Hill. Collusion? That's the byline here. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, definitely. I think there's I can't trust Fiona Hill's testimony, but that doesn't mean that the other 11 witnesses aren't trustworthy. I mean, come on. 1 out of 12 witnesses could have flipped. But no. Here's an interesting photo by a man who's standing up for what he believes in, and who knows? This guy could be any one of us standing there saying, this is what I believe in. Hey, take it or leave it. Nothing says I love you like a cheap crap made in China by slave labor, sold by a company owned by billionaires, benefiting from corporate welfare, paying slave wages to employees kept from enjoying Thanksgiving with their families. Exactly. Any more cheap Chinese things we can buy, the cheaper the better, obviously. So the less money you spend, probably the least amount of suffering will be endured by the Chinese people. So I would go to the dollar store to get your cheap Chinese stuff, primarily, if you have to buy cheap Chinese stuff for Thanksgiving. Well, of course you blame society because you've never lived in it. It's like all the snowflakes and the millennials blaming the X-Gen and the baby boomers. I mean, come on. You didn't live in the 1960s like I did. Hello? Society isn't what you think it is. It's what they think it is. They tell us what we're supposed to think it is. You can decide what you want to think of everything. It's your virtual world. It's not, something that anyone else can share. It's the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. It's Mr. Anderson. It's the Matrix, Mr. Anderson. We live in the Matrix, and it's pretty obvious. That's what's happening. Well, they used to say that Adam Smith's invisible hand of the economy would work and the best possible product would be made at the cheapest possible price. No, the cheapest possible priced item will sell and the others will be losing their businesses and it'll break down. And it really should be life, liberty, and the pursuit of cheap goods from China. But that's all the American government has enabled us. Well, I don't think we need to rise the incomes. I think we need to add solutions to healthcare and to homes, like building homes and getting people money. Rising income doesn't come when automation occurs. There are two factors that are working against building jobs. One is automation, and the other is lack of venture capital production. It takes people who have lots of money to spend that money on production, and they're not doing that. So we have to come up with a way. This is why I came up with hybrid capitalism, where we can solve the healthcare crisis through the U.S. government and build products like the mobile medical unit or a mobile service unit, depending on whether you're in need of medical attention or just service for homeless people. The MSU could be built as well. The MSU option, we'll call it. And then getting the government behind a home program. Currently, HUD is wasting money right now and not doing anything, and getting people jobs at the same time, and work with the Army Corps of Engineers to create the solar rooftop revolution. Hey, Turkey Day is upon us. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Starts around 10 a.m. for me, and then Sarah and I do a little video from about 11 to 1, then we take a break. I think tomorrow we're going to watch some Shameless. We might watch some Shameless tonight. We're in the last eight episodes of the current one that they uploaded to Netflix, so that's a fun show. Out of Chicago. No, I start cooking around 10 in the morning. But by the time we wake up and I get some coffee and, you know, we turn the cameras on, it's about 11, and we get the turkey in the oven by 12. We pop it out of the oven by 3 and serve it. You don't see that part. I think profits, retail has always been a big part of our holidays. I don't think you can separate retail from our holidays. It's ingrained in our system here in America, and I think it's perfectly fine. I used to work retail, and I know that you wouldn't even have retail companies open doors at all without some of the holiday spending. I agree with a guy that not to buy cheap Chinese crap, though. No, I don't have a list of restaurants in your area to go shopping. I don't know. We've always been propagandized about buying more and more crap during the holidays. You bought a Dairy Queen ice cream cake instead of a turkey. That's cool. I don't blame you guys for not, following the holidays, but I've done it for 50 some odd years, 59 years. I've had turkey on Thanksgiving, so because I'm 59, I've had an immense amount of turkey, and I don't want to stop that tradition. I believe that my body has got the vitamin T need, the vitamin turkey need. If I don't fill it with the turkey, the tryptophan, at one particular time of the year, my sleep cycle is affected, my circadian rhythm is altered. So I absolutely need this turkey. Sarah and I were talking about getting a Costco chicken for $4.99, and because it's just a few of us. And I don't want that. I'm cooking the turkey. And I'm making a really special stuffing. Right now I'm marinating my pork. I've got pork loin marinating in a raspberry jam, a mixture of pear sauce that came out of my garden. I'm just like soaking it like a sweet pear sauce. And I may go for a little spice toward the end of the marination, so that everything tastes, and the stuffing will taste like a meal unto itself. And of course the turkey will be injected with garlic. And I'm looking at a couple different options, unique options tomorrow, but we'll see. Donald Trump has turned on Rudy Giuliani, said that he didn't just order Rudy to go over there like Rudy said. As his personal attorney, he was working solely for the president. It does appear that Rudy may have been doing a personal financial pursuit. That butt dial he did a couple weeks ago implied that Rudy was looking for $200,000 and he was going to go to Bahrain or Qatar to get the money. I don't know. I think it was Bahrain. Anyway, Rudy is very much interested in the money, so much so that you think, is he trying to get some himself? But anyway, these ideas are definitely ways of getting our country back on track and getting government to create jobs while we're moving toward automation. So we come to the table with real ideas, whereas Bernie and Joe, they don't have real solid ideas to how to build the country up. And these have been tested and tried, and they work. Okay, last night I covered a couple of topics that were pretty heavy about Donald Trump and Russia. I laid it on the line. A lot of people noticed, that I was trying to make the point that Russia is benefiting big time from Trump. And a lot of Republicans don't see that. They don't realize that Trump is pushing us closer to nuclear war by not creating a limited INF treaty to reduce small arms. They don't get that. So Trump is helping both Russia and the U.S., I guess, profit from war machines, especially nuclear weapons. That's not going to help us at all. But we've got another problem that's, yeah, he's done a lot of things that have actually hurt the country, in my opinion. And I'll get to those in just a second. Of course, he's misused power. Of course, he's cheated in the election. We know that he's tried to fire Dan McGahn, and now he's trying to make it so Dan McGahn can't testify. Remember, Dan McGahn told the Senate investigation that Donald Trump walked around many times saying he wanted to fire Mueller, which is obstruction of justice, plain and simple. And Donald Trump will not let Donald McGahn testify. First, cheating in the election, Mueller already admitted that that's what happened. So we have more than enough to work toward impeachment. But beyond that, we've got other things that are happening I wanted to make people aware of. Let me bring it up. It may be in a different room. Yeah. Let me go to this room over here. Okay. Putin has been working with Fiona Hill. You can see that right there. Nope, it's not there either. Try this one. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to get my ducks in line whenever I come into the show next time. This is ridiculous. You wouldn't cross Giuliani, he'd rat Trump out in a heartbeat? Really? Well, you're right. Maybe there will be some sort of a reckoning between the two. If they're both that into, seriously making money as much as they are, they'll throw each other under the bus. I guess I have a revised list I should bring up. Yeah, I was unable to find my original list. I'll summate it right now off the top, but I want to kind of rebuild this list. Okay. The China trade war is definitely helping Russia. Yeah. It puts Russia in a situation where their economy is bigger than it normally is because both of the top economies, China and the U.S., are going down as a result of the trade war. Donald Trump attacking Iran actually gives Russia an advantage in the region because it destabilizes the price of oil. And that ultimately could raise the price of oil, which is what Russia wants, attacking Iran. Destabilizing Venezuela, which is something that's been going on for a while, Trump has been absolutely playing into the hands of Putin. They're actually embedded in Venezuela, and they're thinking of installing some facilities with missiles. And we're not doing anything there. That's just for starters. Donald Trump has also alienated us from NATO. And that's a big problem because our national defense and our position around the global parity that's been happening has been jeopardized because he has I guess dissed, I use the word dissed NATO as opposed to anything else. Trump could cross Giuliani. He's very emotional. It's very likely he did. No, I don't believe that if you spend any time in the sun in that area, it's going to help you. Okay, we got NTSB report there. How dare you? So you really think that guy looks like me, huh? Wow. Okay, let's take a look again. Hang on. So this is the reason why you put this out there. Oh, you think I am that guy? Oh, I see. Good conspiracy theory. It could. I look a lot like the guy, no question about it, but the facial features are almost identical. Nothing says I love you like cheap crap made in China by slave labor sold by a company owned by billionaires benefiting from corporate welfare, paying slave wages to employees kept from enjoying Thanksgiving. Yeah, that's kind of like me. Yeah, I think we could be brothers in a way, you know, we're brothers from another mother kind of thing. I like what he said. Anyway, so we dissed NATO. That's helping Russia as well. Let's not forget we left Syria too. Leaving a region that we were heavily invested in, even abandoned an air base, which helped Russia. That really hurt a lot of Republicans. A lot of Republican senators are not happy with the way Donald Trump did that. Left Syria, dissed NATO. We got more things coming. I did morph it. Yes, thank you. David, Mexico helped to stop coup in Bolivia. Oh, I know, I remember. But you know, I'm trying to stay out of South American politics, and I would not send a team of U.S. operatives down there to dethrone Maduro. I think that's the biggest mistake ever. When Trump endorsed that New World Order policy of doing that, that was ridiculous. Because Goldman Sachs is camped out in Venezuela. They spent a lot of time down there. So supporting Guerrera, it was kind of a joke. It didn't work very well. That backfired. But I think let's not forget the big one, which would be he hurt Ukraine. Yeah, Trump hurt Ukraine. These are all things that Donald Trump has helped Russia with. But I'm not done yet. I don't even have room on the page because I've got other things. I've got waited on sanctions. Now, not a lot of sanctions have been applied to Russia. So he waited on sanctions. That gave them a big boost financially. So that's another factor involved. Let me see if I can squeeze all these things in. Try to make the board, because hurting Ukraine was not good, I agree. Waited on sanctions, on Russian sanctions, I should say. I'm going to say no sanctions on Russia. No Russian sanctions. That was big. Okay. Just trying to figure all the different ways Trump has helped Russia. Left Syria, dissed NATO, destabilized Venezuela, attacked Iran, or attacking Iran with ridiculous trade tariffs. Or I should say extended economic sanctions. They're not tariffs. It's just almost overwhelming how many things he's done to help Russia. Okay, I think I'm done with the board here. I just want something to leave behind when I come back, because this is an important thing. A lot of Republicans just don't get it. They don't see what's happening. This has been going on for some time. It's not right. But when I lay it on the line here, it has clarity. Otherwise, it's hard to understand what's been going on. So I leave it on the board so I can look at the board. We're screwed on the board. Kind of like that Glenn Ross line Alec Baldwin used. Yeah, you didn't see that movie. You want to hear about the Fukushima plan? Okay, yeah, that's a good time to do it. Fukushima plan. Well, I have a plan to actually help Shinzo Abe deal with the water outside of Fukushima. And there's a contaminated zone of water that our country isn't even checking and working with the Japanese officials to verify. But Fukushima itself looks like a situation that could get worse as time goes on, because it is still draining into the ocean. Fukushima, men have named you. So we've got a big area here. This is the Fukushima complex. And the contamination zones that are primarily affected are the 6 reactors. They've done a lot of work to put really good quality cleanup. Japan has not sat around doing nothing. They've done a lot of cleanup. But what I'm recommending is a veritable ditch all the way around it, like this. Dug with large tractors, and use the dirt from the ditch. And this will prevent Mount Fukushima water drainage of a significant amount, because it's a 5% grade right here down the hill into this area. It'll prevent all that water from going through and leaching into the plant. This is a no-brainer. I would have done this like 10 years ago, or I guess it was 10 years ago. 9 years ago it happened. But this is what has to be done. It prevents the water drainage, which is constantly flowing in, the equivalent of 5 large swimming pools a day of Fukushima contaminated water, corium mixed into it, is going out into the ocean. So that's a significant plan. We could use the dirt from all this to actually cap off and make large mountaintops over each reactor, covering each reactor completely with dirt, making so that none of the airborne gamma rays can escape into the atmosphere, which is causing breathing problems. Gamma rays will definitely affect people, but long term, it's a long-term thing. Nothing to worry about. But the real bad stuff is the corium going in through the base, out through the bay. So I want to block this area with an aircraft carrier or a large destroyer or a couple of destroyers. And I'm sure we have enough fleets of destroyers out there to block it. But that needs to be blocked as well. We have to sink something in there. Because what's happening is this entire disaster zone is leaching into the ocean, and it's going to be a long-term problem that will never go away. It's only going to be causing nothing but havoc upon the human race, way beyond our lives. So we've got to do something now before it's too late. We're in the early stages of a major leach of contamination into the ocean, so we still have time. But if we don't get on this within the next couple of years, it is going to be curtains for this area. And the entire Pacific Ocean rim is affected. I don't think Speaker Pelosi is blowing anything off. Okay, Petoro. Senator Elizabeth Warren has introduced a bill that would revoke medals of honor for U.S. soldiers involved in Wounded Knee. Ah, that's bizarre. Petoro, thank you. Most of the chemtrails washed out to sea. I don't know if they have already. It's still in a very slow process. It's literally a meltdown China syndrome situation in each one of the reactors. I don't believe cutting off water is completely necessary. We can leach a little water in there to cool things down and use that for cooling. I also agree with the refrigerator idea. In essence, what they tried to do, they tried to create a freezer down below to freeze all the radioactive water. It was an interesting idea. It's certainly a good radiator that they created. 450 tons are dumped in the sea every day. I believe it. That's the 5 swimming tools I was talking about. Before it's too late, yeah. You laughing? Okay. If you want to eat radioactive food, go for it. Radioactive food from Fukushima is heading to the UK and Europe through the various markets. So yeah, if you want to eat contaminated fish, sure, go for it. Under the EU plan, they're going to be taking fish from Japan. Oh yeah, nice. The Japanese government has enforced a strict regime on food from the Fukushima prefecture since the accident. But I have to join this in order to find out. This is a trace of radioactive cesium-134 and 137, along with uranium and plutonium, basically corium. I only eat tuna fish once a week, and I try to get skipjack when I do. It has less mercury. I'm not wasting food. They're listening. That's good. Waste not, want not, but I don't think we need radioactive food, but thank you. And that's kind of a sardonic situation with you saying that. You love them and you will give them so much. Good. Well, I'm glad we've had a minimal amount of chat tonight because I could barely keep up with it tonight. Thank you so much for all your chatting. Here's a story. A wrong fuel caused plane crash that killed Tampa surgeon.
Last Saturday's crash killed well-known and well-loved plastic surgeon Dr. Daniel Greenwald. His Piper Aerostar ended up crumpled in a Kokomo soybean field.
It was the wrong fuel for the airplane. The engines cannot burn it. And as a result, they quit, and the result is the accident.
The NTSB report says an airport employee asked several times if the pilot wanted jet fuel. Each time, the report says, the answer was yes.
When you have an airplane like an Aerostar, you always watch the fueling process just to make sure that it's done properly.
The plane requires 100 low lead, not Jet A. Dr. Greenwald managed to take off.
Once it starts takeoff roll, then it begins to get into the jet fuel that it cannot burn. So just after takeoff is when normally both engines will quit.
Captain Cox suggests a misunderstanding caused this fatal wreck.
A pilot with a piston engine airplane would never order jet fuel for it.
There you go. There's something wrong here. The pilot with this type of knowledge would never have ordered this amount of jet fuel, this kind of jet fuel.
It's a condition you've probably never...
So this top well-known plastic surgeon from Tampa, he was flying the Piper Aerostar when he crashed. Blunt force trauma in the crash. Yeah, he is the only one driving. So the guy who gassed him up is what did it. They killed him. John Cox says. That's right. Okay, they must have killed him. It either was malicious, or in fact, it was just an error of judgment. But somebody ended up causing his death. Similar to the death of John Denver. You know, he died in a plane crash too, out there in Santa Barbara. Very sad. He actually had 15,000 hours of plane experience. John Denver was the son of a test pilot for the Area 51. And his dad taught him everything about flying, and he was a really good, accomplished flyer. I've studied the whole story of John Denver because I really liked his music. Yeah, Rocky Mountain High. That's all about getting high on marijuana in Colorado. You didn't know that? Rocky Mountain High. Yeah, anyway, we'll play that tonight. He actually was very depressed. I studied this story of him, and I can tell you his depression started when RCA didn't extend his contract because John Denver didn't want to do a re-dub of his entire work with better sound quality. And RCA was so upset, they just canceled his contract, and he was so upset. After that, John Denver, he's the third largest seller of albums, male vocalists in the U.S. in history. Second to Elvis and Frank Sinatra. So John Denver actually had a run-in with the RCA executives and was just super angry. And plus, he lost his marriage because he saw Annie, his beautiful wife, having sex with another man when he came home one year in Colorado. So things were spinning down for him. They say he was drinking a little bit, but the real reason why his plane went down is because he didn't switch gas tanks at a critical moment in the plane flight. When he was lower on fuel, he didn't turn around and do the switch. And that may be because he was drunk. It's possible. So, you know, I like John Denver's songs. I think all of the work he did was very good. We have a guy that actually does a John Denver impersonation out here in the Pacific Northwest. I've seen him play live. He's really good. He looks like him too. Ted Vigil is his name.
And his dad, no, it's not John Denver.
On my shoulder.
Makes me happy.
Just makes me happy.
Anyway, yeah, he looks a lot like him, I think. I've seen this guy live. He's really good. Very similar personality to it. And, you know, no one can replace the original John Denver, but man, this guy really looks like him. Rocky Mountain High is good for Wasteful Wednesday, too. Yeah, John Denver, Ted Vigil is his name. If you ever want to see his stuff on YouTube, it is available. No, I don't think John Denver was anything to do with Tavistock. He was cut out of the authentic, but interesting theory, though, because his father was an Area 51 pilot. Could be. I don't think he really did anything to manipulate the population. I think he's one of the most natural-born singers we've ever had, besides Elvis. Some people are born singers, you know, and other people just don't have the ability. I think he had the ability. He had it. And so did Elvis. Or what am I say did? Elvis is alive, right? He was Air Force. He worked for Area 51 as a test pilot, his father, yeah. The Phoenix Enigma, the Black Eye Club. Oh yeah, this is weird. A lot of people who they claim are part of a secret society have had black eyes. Well, this happened to be Pope Francis's run-in with the Pope Mobile, actually. I know exactly when this happened. But Jimmy Carter, he was hit pretty bad in the eye. They claim he was hit by a desk when he fell down. I don't know. We saw this happen to Pope Francis when he hit the Pope Mobile. It lunged forward, and he lunged for it. It had stopped abruptly, and he went right into it. So I don't think that's suspicious. Jimmy Carter said he fell down on a desk. That's a little weird considering the lightness around the eye itself. A desk would have hit the eye itself. It's hard to believe that the eye wasn't affected, but anyway. Bernie Sanders, when he fell in the shower, remember that? George W. Bush, I don't know what caused that. Harry Reid, oh yeah, rubber band workout gym caused that. Yep. John Kerry, right, I remember that. Got hit in the eye. Prince Andrew, another eye injury recently too, after the accusations that he was with that young girl, Virginia Giuffre Roberts, 17. It would hit, you say the desk would hit his cheekbone first. I don't know, a desk could really hit the eye, the orbital. It would damage the eye itself. It's hard to believe that a desk just, it would have been a larger area if it was, I think it's more like a fist. I think a lot of these people have been hit in the face. That was a very strange injury that happened during an operation he had for brain surgery. Yeah, this is like, wow, that's a bad one. Prince Philip had one. Oh yeah, the Black Eye Club. There it is, yeah. Same kind of thing. No official explanation given. But that is official. He hit his face on the Pope-mobile. Pope Benedict, we didn't get any official information there. Oh, that he fell. Madonna had one too, yeah. She's playing peekaboo with her baby. It sounds so cute. She went on to explain she was bouncing her 18-year-old daughter, Lourdes, on her lap when the child's head smacked into the bone under her eye. Okay. Kanye West, yeah. The guy who they say is part of the Illuminati, Kardashian. Kelly Osbourne, wow, it just keeps going on. Robert Downey Jr., the addicted to methamphetamines and cocaine, and all of a sudden his whole career turns around as Iron Man. He never looked back. He's been like a solid player ever since. Maybe he didn't want to cut a deal. You don't know. Ryan Gosling, jeez, just goes on and on. Richard Branson, yeah. Okay.
Continuamos nuestra fiesta. Ahora en presencia del séquito papal que aún nos acompaña.
This is when it happened. He hit his face pretty bad. Pope Francis did, yeah. It goes on and on. It keeps going, yeah. The beat goes on. Lady Gaga, wow. Does it ever end? I'm not even halfway through the list. It just keeps coming. The Black Eye Club. John Stamos. Yeah, the guy that was recently implicated in that recent fire off the coast of Santa Barbara where 33 people died. It turns out that John Stamos was a regular on that boat. Remember that fire off the coast of Santa Barbara recently? John Stamos was a regular on that boat. Everyone died. Maybe there were witnesses to something. Justin Bieber, look at that. I think Tupac's down the list. Okay, we're going to get live photos from Cicada on Skype. Okay, well, I'm not on Skype. Skype is a corrupt network. Steve Buscemi. Yeah, remember that one? That's another. He's got a lot of acting roles. I wonder what he gets to do that. Reese Witherspoon. Yeah, well, she was in that accident. I think that was an accident. She's lucky to be alive, actually. Jamie Oliver. Cremations, skull and bones rituals. Boy, this goes on and on. Soul scalping. Does the Black Eye Club have anything to do with the all-seeing eye of the Illuminati? That's a good question. All these entertainers have had black eyes. Why now? And they posed with these one-eyed pictures. Yeah, look at all these people. They all do this. It's like a common thread among all of these paid shills. Fascinating. Thanks for that link. Okay. As we know, Michael Bloomberg added his name to the hat this week. And he's a multi-billionaire like Trump, or at least Trump aspires to be a multi-billionaire on the backs of the American taxpayer. But hey, here he is explaining how to save the poor from themselves by impoverishing them the further. Let's take a look. I'm clicking on it, Mr. David. It's not playing.
But in this case, yes, they are. That's the good thing about say, well, taxes are regressive. But in this case, yes, they are. That's the good thing about them, because the problem is in people that...
Hold just a second on the links.
Higher taxes should have a bigger impact on their behavior and how it is in people that don't have a lot of money. And so higher taxes should have a bigger impact on their behavior and how they deal with themselves. So I listen to people saying, oh, we don't want to tax the poor. Well, we want the poor to live longer so that they can get an education and enjoy life. And that's why you do want to do exactly what a lot of people say you don't want to do.
Holy
The question is, do you want to pander to those people or do you want to get them to live longer? And there's just no question. If you raise taxes on full sugary drinks, for example, they will drink less. And there's just no question that full sugar drinks are one of the major contributors to obesity, and obesity is one of the major contributors to heart disease and cancer and a variety of other things. So it's like saying, I don't want to stop using coal because coal miners will go out of work. Well, will lose their jobs. We have a lot of soldiers in the United States, in the U.S. Army, but we don't want to go start a war just to give them something to do. And that's exactly what you're saying when you say, well, let's keep coal killing people because we don't want coal miners to lose their jobs. The truth of the matter is there aren't very many coal miners left anyways.
That's not true at all. There's over 750,000 people working in the coal industry in the U.S. alone.
And we can find other things for them to do. But the comparison is a life or a job or...
You know, I dislike about the Democrats, they try to punish people for drinking sugar drinks. Why don't they just bottle filtered water with a little zest of blueberry juice in it or something, or a strawberry juice? All natural. I mean, if they're going to stop people from drinking soda water, they should at least filter water and put it out there in the market with some alternatives, you know? That's what I don't like about the Democrats. They want to legislate, regulate, and tax people into doing something that they may or may not want to do. And that does not conform with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's right. We're trying to stay along the theme of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness tonight, and we're not really getting anywhere. I've unfortunately lost that theme. But that's the most important thing. And these people don't understand that, these Democrats. You know what really upset me about Bloomberg, too, is he recently said he's against big tobacco, but that's why he voted against e-cigarettes. That was his opening statement. He said he's running it because he really believes he's against big tobacco, yet he's voting against e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes take people away from big tobacco. This guy's logic is convoluted.
Taxes or life? Which do you want to do? Take your poison.
So it's regressive, it is good. There are lots of tax experts in the room and fiscal experts, and I'm very pleased that they hear you say that. And they all say the two things in life which are absolutely certain. One is death, the other one is tax.
Yeah, especially if you're a Democrat. You know that in 1933, the U.S. Supreme Court said that to tax is to destroy. In a U.S. farming issue, the agriculture, U.S. farmers were fit to be tied. They were being taxed unlawfully, and they fought it, and the Supreme Court ruled in their favor, and they said to tax is to destroy. And ever since then, they've been using that, they haven't used that Supreme Court precedent to overtake any of the tax laws we've had. The 16th Amendment clearly is being violated when people are being taxed on their wages and compensation. But yet no one's ever fought this in court. And when they do, they usually lose because tax code supersedes a constitutional issue. You have to take it all the way to the Supreme Court, and no one has. It's interesting. Well, the Democrats' addiction to taxes is really causing us we're losing momentum. And our country can't possibly grow. You know, they're talking about surrendering financial debt for all college students that have taken out loans. Elizabeth Warren is offering $50,000 in debt surrender. Bernie's offering even more. All that money is going to come out of your tax dollars and our government's budget, which is already $1.34 trillion over budget. And they still want to continue to promise things that they can't fulfill. Plus, it definitely rewards fiscal mismanagement when you write off debt for $50,000. And all the people that have gotten their debt loads up there, so they've got these big problems with debt, got it on the backs of who? The taxpayer or themselves? They need to pay back, maybe with service to the government. But let's not let these people have a free ride. I would expect anybody who got their degree in medical areas to have an opportunity in our public health system as doctors or nurses or even administrators. Working for scale, but putting your time in to pay back the U.S. government or any of the FAFSA loans that they took out. I was shocked to find out there's $1.5 trillion in FAFSA loans outstanding. So what I plan on doing is offering a infrastructure bank to amalgamate the debt load. Oh, see, I don't want to hurt Ukraine, so I'm going to put a question mark there. I lost my original. I'm going to go back to that later. But yeah, the amalgamation of the debt load could be coming under the infrastructure bank idea. We could possibly absorb 1.5 trillion in debt. It's possible. And then we could put it all on a fixed rate loan so that when you pay that student loan back, it goes right into the principal. Not this pay back the credit interest over the of 30 years and then still owe the same amount. That's what we're looking at today. Now, this just came in. Gordon Sondland, the ambassador who testified, is now facing criticism from women who claimed he committed sexual misconduct. Wow. That's he kind of has that look about him, like, hey, come over here and bend over. But I don't know if he said that. Let's take a look. 3 women have come forward to publicly accuse Gordon Sondland of sexual misconduct before the prominent businessman became the U.S. ambassador to the European Union. The women shared their stories in a lengthy report that was jointly published Wednesday by ProPublica and the Portland Monthly. The alleged instances span 7 years from 2003 to 2010 with women who believed they were attending business-related outings with Sondland, the founder and CEO of the Providence Hotels chain, which has 19 hotels in Portland, Oregon and across the country. The married Sondland, age 62, who last served as a key witness in the Democrats' House impeachment probe, has denied all the allegations. One woman, Nicole Vogel, said she met Sondland in 2003. Vogel was looking to launch her own magazine, and Sondland agreed to help point her to a potential advertising investor connections. Soon after, Vogel recounted the two dined together at a steakhouse called El Gaucho in Portland, where Sondland said he'd like to invest his own money into her magazine. After dinner, Sondland insisted on heading across the street to Hotel Lucia, owned by Sondland's company Providence. Once inside, Sondland allegedly suggested they should check out one of the rooms. The two did, and when Vogel tried to leave, she told ProPublica Sondland's voice stopped her. I remember seeing my hand drop from the door handle, she said. I turned around and he's standing right behind me and he says, "Can I just have a hug first?" Instead, she gave him a friendly pat. Then Vogel alleged, as I pulled back, he grabs my face and goes to kiss me. Vogel said she deflected the attempted kiss. "Oh, Gordon, you're a married man and you just break my heart. You just break my heart," Vogel said to Sondland, a line meant to preserve his ego. "You just break my heart." Vogel told a friend, Craig Schweitzer, and her sister about the alleged encounter. The two met again in a restaurant a few weeks later for lunch, where they intended to hash out the investment details. On the drive back, Vogel recalled Sondland placed his hand on her mid-thigh and left it there for 10 or so minutes, the report says. God, I would love to have told him to shove it, to have kneed him in the balls, she says. Days before Sondland's prospective investment was due, he sent her an email backing out. In checking further, I have determined that the Lucia cannot participate under your very creative structure, read part of Sondland's email. Sondland's lawyer has told the outlets the turn of events was simply business. Another woman, Janice Solis, says she met Sondland in 2008 when she worked as a hospitality safety engineer for Marsh & McLennan. A colleague of Solis arranged her to meet with Sondland in the hopes of acquiring a new client for their company. Solis and Sondland dined together at the Pazzo Ristorante, where Sondland was flirting through the lunch, and ends up just saying, "Okay, I've heard enough." Sondland hired her, saying, "You're my new hotel chick," Solis said. Then as they were leaving, Solis said Sondland slapped me on the ass and said, "I look forward to working with you." Sondland's lawyer said his client denied slapping Solis. Sondland's lawyer said his client denied slapping Solis. That's a tongue twister. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. At a later date, Sondland invites Solis to his West Hills home and she can evaluate his personal art collection. At one point during the tour, Solis was leaving the pool house when Sondland allegedly exposed himself to her. "I get out to the pool house and he's now naked from the waist down," Solis alleged. He said something about, I thought we could chat. And I said something trying to keep his ego intact. I said something like, I can't have that conversation. Sondland then puts his pants back on and drove her home. The two met once more several months later when Salas was holding staff training sessions at Sondland's hotels, including the Roosevelt Hotel in Seattle. I've been to that hotel. There, Sondland invited her up to a penthouse, which he said he needed her to see, she just recalled. Once inside, while sitting on the couch with a glass of wine, Sondland allegedly forcibly kisses her. The next thing I know, he's all over me, she recalled. He's on top of me, he's kissing me, shoving his tongue down my throat. And I'm trying to wiggle out from under him, alleged Salas. After breaking free, Salas remembered telling Sondland, Gordon, I'm not sure what else to say. You know, I really, really want to do business with you, but I'm not sure we can. I don't know what your issues are, but I'm telling you, I cannot make them mine. A few days later, Sondland allegedly calls Soda screaming about her job performance. But Salas believes it had nothing to do with the insurance issues. Instead, she said, he was pissed he didn't get his way. The two never spoke again after the call, and Salas stopped working with him. Yeah. And there's one more, I'm sure, Natalie Sept, and the third woman alleging Sondland's of misconduct. 3 you're out, buddy. Sept said the two met at a hotel, promised me huge opportunities, a chance to work with the governor. I was so starry-eyed about all these institutions and people in power associated with these kinds of opportunities. I was convinced it was something it'd help me attain my goals. Down the road, Sondland invited Sept to El Gaucho to chat about a possible job opportunity. This is his M.O. Once Sondland requested she sit next to him, Sept said she had to leave. Sondland said he'd walk her to her car. He kept insisting, and I'm nervous and afraid. I don't want to make a scene, so I say, okay, fine. Sondland then leaned in for a huge kiss, or rather a hug, once they arrived on her car. So I give him a quick hug, and he holds onto my shoulders, and he looks at me and pushes himself into me and tries to kiss me. She pushed Sondland away and fled in her car. She never heard from Sondland again about the possible job. Sondland, in a statement responding to the allegation, said, in decades of my career in business and civic affairs, my conduct can be affirmed by hundreds of employees and colleagues from whom I have worked with in countless circumstances. These untrue claims of unwanted touching and kissing are concocted, and I believe coordinated for political purposes. They have no basis in fact, and I categorically deny them, he said. What each of these three women share in common is that they pursued Ambassador Sondland for financial and personal gain, an investment, a job, an insurance brokerage work, and he declined their proposals. Wow, he's got a pretty good M.O., and it's all signed, sealed, delivered. He's completely justified his actions. Wow, that's as good as Harvey Weinstein, with dirt on every single person he ever slept with. He got it through Black Mirror, a group of Mossad investigators that got dirt on everybody he slept with. Wow. How dare you? Income tax has to go toward the benefit of the people, not to pay off government debt. I agree. You know, right now, most of our taxes, how dare you, are going toward the Treasury, which then gives it to the Fed, and the Fed gives it to the World Bank to pay the interest on our debt. That's the truth. Yeah, I'd say having met him twice in a hotel room, that's a little bit suspicious. I actually agree with Gordon on that one. Why would she meet him again in the hotel room? It just doesn't add up. Good evening, David. This contrived holiday we're here, your fan base would like to thank you for your persistence, dissent against the two-party system and its media apparatus that betray the Constitution and the welfare of our citizenry. Thank you, old Haas. Appreciate it. Yes, I will stand up to the opposition every night I can, because these people have no idea what they're doing, what they're messing with. I've got a photograph of my sun lamp here and the earth behind me. Yeah. You don't know you or not, you don't pay enough, they tell us. Nobody should. No. In fact, the fact is we don't really have, ultimately we don't have a need to tax the poor. at all. I support a flat tax of 10% on anybody making over $50,000. That means we really shouldn't be taxing the poor, especially people under 50,000. And in this day and age, under 50,000 in this economy, if you're raising a family, you don't have enough money. There's no reason why we should attach any tax at all. But I have a 10% tax, flat tax I propose, which would be better for everybody, including rich people. Right now, rich people spend a lot of money on their tax accountant, and we really don't need to, cater to their overwhelming tax solution base. I mean, obviously, Warren Buffett has a tax under 17%. His employees, he asked what their tax was, and they said over 34%. So many corporations like Amazon don't pay any tax. No, your tax is going to be paid by corporations. If we got even 10% from corporations like Amazon, they make about $15 billion a year. 10% is $1.5 billion, so your disability could be covered by part of that. Thank you. Yeah, we could easily get enough money if we just got taxes from companies that don't pay anything. ExxonMobil didn't pay anything many years in a row. Amazon didn't pay anything last year. Trump gave so many tax breaks to the rich, he cost us $5.5 trillion over the next 10 years. So we're going to have to go through Congress to somehow reverse that if we can. But Republicans have screwed this country royally. People have found a way to live off the system, but what do you expect? The reality is that's not a very good life. I know. Well, it's not placenta spray. It's actually fruit enzyme spray with a unique combination of water that is specially drawn from a very unique location. I'll say that. I found it at the Fountain of Youth. Yes. It's hard to find. It's very difficult to locate because it's so buried. All right, so we've got things happening. We've got a little John Denver coming up tonight at the top of the hour. Kind of smooth things out from a long day of nonstop chat. You know some personally who sold drugs on the side and got free everything? I don't want people to get free everything. First of all, we're catering to the drug industry by giving the big pharma companies top dollar for drugs that your friends who don't work are getting for free. I agree that shouldn't happen. My logic is that we should be making our own generic pharmaceuticals so that we don't have to pay Big Pharma that money for those things that your neighbor who doesn't have any money is using. It's a very simple plan not to pay Big Pharma. Instead, partner up with generic companies and get low-cost drugs to people that need them. It's a no-brainer. We just have to work on that on the side while we do 15 other things simultaneously. People shouldn't make their own drugs. I'm talking about our government making generic pharmaceuticals for people who definitely need them but who can't afford them right now. And yeah, I agree. I mean, we're footing the bill for a lot of drugs, especially insulin. It's one of the big draws on our economy is insulin. So why doesn't the government get involved in making insulin? Or EpiPens, for that matter. Look at how much people spend for EpiPens. Talk about a waste of money. That's a government graft situation. We could make an EpiPen for $15. They charge $600 or $700 for these things. We can do it for $15. The cost of healthcare is skyrocketing in America, so we've got to cut the cost of healthcare, period. But we also have to understand this large group of people that don't want to work. We're not going to just be able to zap them with electricity and get them to work. It's not like, okay, it's time for the electric shock therapy now. And they're going to, and then all of a sudden they want to start working. The best plan is to provide a safety net for people so that they don't suffer. But give them the bare minimum. And we call that baseline plus, where they get the baseline, but in order to get the plus, they actually have to work for it. So you people who are hardcore Republicans and don't want to pay any money out to anybody, I get that. I don't blame you. But remember, your tax dollars aren't even paying for any of our social services at all right now. Your tax dollars are going to pay the interest on the debt. The insanity will end when we find a common ground in the middle, Akira. Right now, the two parties are designed to hate each other, so we'll never find common ground between the two sides. But clearly, we probably could all agree on most everything once we set these ideas up so that they're appealing to both sides. But without this discourse and dialogue and political engagement that we do every night, we wouldn't even know where we have to go. At least we have this. I wouldn't be able to articulate all the ways I could help the country if I didn't have a way to listen and react to chat every night. Well, this country is not going to end at all. We're not going to start a new one. The Russian puppets have invaded both the Democrats and the Republicans. That's the problem. And everybody who's in government right now wants to spend as much as they can and bankrupt us. And that's another problem. And they're very irresponsible, the people in our government right now. It leaches irresponsibility everywhere. Everywhere we turn, we see them spending money on things that aren't even properly contracted out. And we're throwing tons of money at the military now under Donald Trump's $750 billion plan. Remember, Barack Obama authorized $492 billion. Trump just authorized $750 billion for next year's military spending. He's catering to the military-industrial complex. We're not heading in the right direction under Trump. We're headed toward war of some sort, or at least military buildup. That's not good. So there's something about him that just doesn't jive. He doesn't even know the bottom line. He's been living above his means for his entire lifetime. He doesn't even know how to begin to stop the endless waste that's affected our country. So the Democrats are very much guilty of this. There's no doubt about that either. Obama doubled the spending under his administration that George W. Bush had prior. And then Trump has upped it even beyond that. So spending has skyrocketed across the board. That's the reality. And it's not getting any better. It's every year it's getting worse. So hopefully we'll have a plan to actually get this guy in check. But not likely as long as he continues his little charade of manipulation. So I know there are people out there that think that Donald Trump is ordained by God, like Rick Perry. But I can see, when I see this guy, I see a guy who has been working with the mob for his entire life, that had over 150 indictments against him before he became president, and now is facing impeachment. This is not the kind of guy to unite the country, folks. No matter how you look at it, this is a disaster of another 3 years. Chalk it up to just learning more about corruption, because that's what we're doing every night, every day in America. So I think the next few months will reveal that Donald Trump is even more grossly connected to Russian oligarchs, and we'll probably finally see a resignation letter on his table. And then we'll have Pence to be president until 2020. Of course, it's a fake picture. It's just it's a theoretical possibility. No, we will not in any way strike government targets, old Haas. That's not something we encourage, and nor would I ever take military action against my nation. Our nation has to change from within in a peaceful way. There's no way you'd get a quorum of people to stand up for you and join you in your effort either. Most people are so heavily sedated that they're not likely to join some dangerous militia to hurt people. I mean, that's wrong. Flat out, that's just wrong. We need to go back to the original construct of our Constitution and just fight this the old-fashioned way. The Constitution. Now, in it, we have the ability laid out for us to gather and assemble, but we don't even need to do that with the modern internet. We can just tell people about us, tell people on your email list about America's Third Party. I mean, there are any number of ways to spread the word. Word of mouth, too. That's the thing. Measure the word of mouth going on around the world. It's still pushing this message of a third party. No question about it. So I do not support any military actions against our country, ever. I don't know. It looks to me more and more like there's a... Yeah, I'll play that for you after the show, but it looks to me more and more that there's a whole funded opposition on both sides. The left against the right against the left. Both of them draw funds from George Soros and other very wealthy people who are connected to a new world order. They're driving this country apart. And they're keeping all of us from our original goal, written in our Declaration of Independence, for us to pursue life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. This is an individual thing. It's not a collective thing. The Democrats want us to believe that somehow this is a collective thing. They're supposed to make it better for us. Thank you for shortchanging me. They're supposed to make us feel better for us by giving us opportunity, not handouts. And admittedly, a basic income is a handout. But we wouldn't have to even do this if you people on the left or the right had solved homelessness. But you haven't. And basically 1/3 of our veterans are homeless right now. That's just inexcusable. Anyway, so I'm going to sign off tonight. I'll be back tomorrow with the Thursday show starting at 4 o'clock. Will be the beginning of our show tomorrow. We'll be playing you 2 hours of our cooking session, which is making the turkey in the morning, and then we'll go ahead and go right into our show at 6 o'clock live. So you'll see 2 hours of our cooking from 4 to 6 on Pacific time sign. All right. Kamala's cooking. Oh, nice. I don't do Kamala's cooking. Awkward pandering in Iowa. Kamala tries to cook to make the voters like her.
How much? Just a little bit. There you go.
Okay. All right. That's special. We'll find out all the dirt on Joe Biden this week. And we'll find out how close Donald Trump really is to Vladimir Putin. You know, exactly what is he willing to do to protect his relationship with Putin? How far is he willing to go? We do know that Donald Trump won't show any transcripts of his conversations over 14 hours with Putin. He won't do anything to reveal his tax returns, which might have connections to Russian oligarchs. He won't in any way reveal the truth about his bromance with this man. So I got to tell you, Donald Trump is going to have to be impeached in order to get to the bottom of this Russian involvement with American politics. There's no other way around it. Because he doesn't want to acknowledge that he even had a relationship with Putin, that he didn't, share all these secret conversations, 13, 14 hours of secret conversations. See, Donald Trump is hiding something, and I don't think it's his spent condom. So we need to get to the bottom of what Putin has on him, whether he's got the PP tape over his head, whether he's got all this money that the Deutsche oligarchs, the Deutsche Bank funded and the oligarchs backed. All of this has to come to the head. Otherwise, we're never going to get around to the truth. And the truth is not something you want to hear. You can't handle the truth. So I'm signing off right now. Mr. Wright, having a good time. We'll see you again tomorrow at officially 6 o'clock, because I'm going to start cooking in the morning at 10 a.m. I make turkey dinners with Sarah. It's really fun. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. You're the peace I sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.